Salt War. Chapter 1. Dan Tucker reined his horse at the edge of the salt flats and pulled out his pocket watch. 5:30 in the morning. Same time he'd been riding out here for the past 3 weeks. Same reason, too, watching the Morales family load their wagon with salt that some Eastern man claimed he owned. The gelding shifted under him, leather creaking in the desert quiet. Tucker closed the watch and slipped it back into his vest pocket, his eyes never leaving the white expanse spread out below like a frozen lake under the early sun. Miguel Morales worked knee-deep in the crystalline crust, his shovel biting chunks of salt the size of dinner plates. His brother Carlos held the burlap sacks, while their sister Esperanza kept watch on the wagon, a rifle cradled in her arms like she knew how to use it. Which she probably did. "Morning, Sheriff." Tucker turned in his saddle. Father Martinez rode up on a paint mare that had seen better days, his black cassock dusty from the trail. "Padre, you're up early. Could say the same about you." Martinez dismounted and walked his horse to the edge of the rise. Down below, Miguel called out something in Spanish to his brother. Carlos laughed and dumped another shovelful into the sack. "Their grandfather harvested salt from this lake," Martinez said. "Their great-grandfather, too. Before Texas was Texas." "I know the history." "Do you?" Tucker studied the priest's face. Martinez had baptized half the children in San Elizario, married their parents, buried their grandparents. The kind of man who spoke his mind, whether you wanted to hear it or not. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Means you wear a badge. Doesn't mean you know what it costs to swing a shovel for your supper." Down in the flats, Esperanza Morales had turned toward them. Even at this distance, Tucker could see she'd spotted them watching. She spoke to her brothers without looking away from the ridge. "That girl's got sharp eyes," Martinez said. "Runs in the family. You know her?" "Know of her. Taught school in El Paso before she came back to take care of her father. And now she's harvesting salt." Tucker watched Esperanza climb onto the wagon seat, the rifle across her knees. Miguel and Carlos kept working, but their movements had changed. Quicker now. More purpose. "They're not breaking any law," Tucker said. "Yet." The word hung between them like smoke. Tucker knew what Martinez meant. Charles Howard had been asking questions around town for 2 weeks now, showing papers to anyone who'd look at them. Official documents with seals and signatures that said the Salt Lakes belonged to him legal and proper. "You met this Howard fellow?" Martinez asked. "Once." "What did you think?" Tucker remembered the meeting. Howard had come to his office with a leather portfolio under his arm and boots that had never seen honest dirt. Soft hands, manicured nails, the kind of smile that never reached his eyes. "Thinks he's smarter than everyone else." "Is he?" "Smart enough to buy the right politician, I suppose." Martinez made a sound that might have been agreement or disgust. Down below, the Morales wagon pulled away from the lake, wheels cutting deep ruts in the salt-crusted earth. Miguel rode beside it while Carlos walked ahead, testing the ground with a long stick. "They'll be back tomorrow," Martinez said. "I expect they will. And the day after that." Tucker gathered his reins. The sun climbed higher, painting the salt flats the color of bone. In a few hours, the heat would make the air shimmer like water, but now the morning lay cool and still. "Padre, you got something to say, best say it." Martinez swung up into his saddle. The paint mare danced sideways, eager to move. "Their father, José Morales, he's been taking salt from this lake for 40 years. His children grew up knowing this place like other children know their backyard. You think papers from Austin are going to change that?" "Papers from Austin changed everything else around here." "Not everything." Tucker touched his heels to the gelding's sides. The horse picked its way down the slope toward the lake bed, hooves ringing on the hardpan. Martinez followed, his mares breathing loud in the thin air. They reached the spot where the Morales wagon had stood. Deep grooves marked the salt where Miguel's shovel had worked. Scattered crystals caught the light like broken glass. Tucker dismounted and picked up a chunk of salt the size of his fist. Pure white, clean as fresh snow. He rubbed it between his fingers and tasted the residue. Bitter and sharp. Good quality, Martinez said. Best in Texas, from what I hear. Worth fighting for. Tucker looked up at the priest. Martinez sat easy in his saddle, reins loose in his hands, but his dark eyes held Tucker steady. You trying to tell me something, Padre? Just making conversation. Tucker remounted and turned his horse toward town. The gelding's hooves crunched on the salt, each step deliberate and sure. Behind them, the lake stretched empty and white, waiting for tomorrow's harvest. They rode in silence until San Elizario came into view, a collection of adobe buildings squatting in the desert like dice thrown by a careless god. Smoke rose from a few chimneys. A dog barked somewhere near the church. Sheriff. Tucker reined up at the edge of town. Martinez had stopped his horse in the middle of the street, looking toward the cantina where 3 horses stood tied to the hitching rail. Eastern saddles, Tucker noticed. Good leather, brass fittings. Looks like Mr. Howard's got company, Martinez said. Through the cantina's window, Tucker could see men gathered around a table. Howard's bald head caught the lamplight as he leaned forward, talking fast. The other men listened, nodding occasionally. Business meeting, Tucker said. On a Sunday morning? Some kinds of business don't keep the Sabbath. Martinez crossed himself and turned his horse toward the church. I'll pray for wisdom, Sheriff. For all of us. Tucker watched the priest ride away, then turned back to the cantina. Howard had spread papers across the table now, pointing at something with his finger. One of the other men, young, well-dressed, soft-looking, shook his head and spoke. Howard's face reddened. The gelding stamped and blew through its nose, impatient for the barn and breakfast. Tucker patted its neck and rode toward his office, but kept glancing back at the cantina window where Charles Howard was learning that some kinds of business carried a higher price than he'd figured on paying. Chapter 2. Charles Howard pushed through the cantina's batwing doors at 11:10, his leather portfolio clutched against his chest like armor. Tucker watched from his office window as Howard paused on the boardwalk, mopping his forehead with a silk handkerchief despite the morning cool. The man who followed Howard outside wore a black suit and carried himself like he'd rather be anywhere else. Lawyer, Tucker figured. The nervous type who jumped at shadows and charged by the hour. Tucker poured coffee from the pot on his stove and settled behind his desk. The morning reports could wait. Howard would come calling soon enough. Men like him always did when they wanted the law to back their play. His deputy, Billy Morrison, stuck his head through the door. Kid couldn't be more than 19, all elbows and enthusiasm. Sheriff. That Eastern fellow's headed this way. Got a lawyer with him. I can see that. Want me to stick around? Tucker considered it. Howard struck him as the type who'd rather conduct business without witnesses, but the lawyer complicated things. Lawyers meant paperwork, and paperwork meant everything had to be done proper and legal. Go check on Mrs. Delgado's chickens. She thinks someone's been stealing eggs again. Billy's face fell. Chickens? Missing eggs are still theft, deputy. Yes, sir. The kid left just as Howard's shadow fell across Tucker's doorway. The sheriff didn't look up from his coffee. Sheriff Tucker. Office hours are posted on the door. Howard stepped inside anyway, the lawyer trailing behind like a whipped dog. The portfolio made a solid thunk on Tucker's desk. Charles Howard. I believe we need to discuss a matter of mutual interest. Tucker set down his cup and studied Howard's face. Pale skin that burned easy, blue eyes that never quite settled on what they were looking at. The kind of man who'd never done a day's honest labor, but somehow ended up owning things that other people built. That's so. Indeed it is. Howard opened the portfolio and pulled out a sheaf of documents. I've recently acquired legal title to certain salt deposits in your jurisdiction. The lakes. Precisely. Howard spread the papers across Tucker's desk. As you can see, everything is in perfect order. State land grant, properly filed and recorded. Tucker glanced at the documents without touching them. Official seals, fancy letterhead, signatures in black ink. The kind of paperwork that meant something in Austin and nothing at all to a man with an empty belly. This is Mr. Pemberton, Howard said, gesturing to the lawyer. He's reviewed all the legal aspects. Haven't you, Pemberton? The lawyer bobbed his head like a chicken pecking corn. Absolutely sound. No question of validity whatsoever. Tucker leaned back in his chair. Outside, a freight wagon rumbled past, wheels grinding on the packed dirt street. Someone shouted in Spanish, laughter following the words. What exactly do you want from me, Mr. Howard? Protection. Enforcement of property rights. The usual services one expects from local law enforcement. Protection from who? Howard's face colored slightly. There are certain elements in the community who may not understand the change in ownership. Simple people, you understand. They may require education regarding the new circumstances. Education. Exactly. Tucker stood and walked to the window. Across the street, Esperanza Morales dismounted from a brown mare and tied the reins to the hitching post outside Sandoval's store. She moved with the easy confidence of someone who belonged here, who knew every face and every story in town. You met any of these simple people yet, Mr. Howard? I've made inquiries. Conducted preliminary assessments. That a fact? Tucker turned back to his desk. Howard had produced a map now, hand-drawn but detailed. The Salt Lakes were outlined in red ink, with measurements and notations in the margins. The deposits are quite extensive, Howard said. Conservative estimates suggest a value in excess of $50,000 annually. Lot of money. Indeed. Which is why proper security measures are essential. Pemberton cleared his throat. Mr. Howard has invested considerable capital in acquiring these rights, Sheriff. He's entitled to the full protection of the law. Tucker picked up one of the documents and held it to the light. The paper was expensive, thick and cream-colored. The kind that impressed judges and juries back east, where they'd never seen a man dig salt under a desert sun. Says here the grant covers 1,200 acres. Correct. Including the access roads. Of course. Tucker set the paper down. Meaning, nobody gets to the salt without crossing your land. Howard smiled for the first time since entering the office. You grasp the situation perfectly, Sheriff. I grasp it fine. Tucker walked around his desk and stopped directly in front of Howard. Close enough to smell the bay rum on the man's cheeks, the starch in his collar. Close enough to see the calculation in his pale eyes. What kind of fees you planning to charge? Market rates. Fair compensation for the resource. How much? Howard glanced at Pemberton, who shuffled through his own papers. We're considering a structure of 25 cents per hundredweight. 25 cents. Plus a nominal access fee. Say, $2 per wagon. Tucker walked back to the window. Down the street, Miguel Morales had emerged from the blacksmith shop leading a horse with a fresh shoe. The animal favored its right front foot, stepping careful and deliberate. Most folks around here make maybe $1 a day when they can find work, Tucker said. I'm sure industrious people will find ways to adapt. Adapt. The free market rewards innovation, Sheriff. Those who cannot compete will naturally seek other opportunities. Tucker turned around. Howard had relaxed now, settling back in his chair like a man who'd made his sale. Pemberton was organizing his papers, already thinking about the next appointment. "Mr. Howard, you ever been hungry?" "I beg your pardon?" "Hungry. Empty belly, no money for food. Ever been there?" Howard's smile faltered slightly. "I hardly see what." "Because the people you're talking about charging, some of them trade salt for flour. For beans and coffee, and whatever else keeps their families alive. You put a fence around that salt, you're putting a fence around their next meal. Sheriff, I understand your concern for the local population, but property rights are sacred. I heard you the first time." Tucker sat down behind his desk again and pulled the documents toward him. The legal language was dense, full of whereas and heretofore, but the meaning was plain enough. Charles Howard owned the Salt Lakes now, bought and paid for with money that had never seen dirt under its fingernails. "You want me to enforce this? I want you to do your job." The words hung in the air between them like smoke. Tucker studied Howard's face, noting the set of his jaw, the way his soft hands had curled into fists. A man used to getting his way, not used to explaining himself to local lawmen. "My job is keeping the peace, Mr. Howard." "Exactly. Sometimes that means enforcing property rights. Sometimes it means preventing the kind of trouble that gets people killed." Howard leaned forward. "Are you threatening me, Sheriff?" "Just stating facts. You fence off those lakes, you're going to have problems. Big problems." Pemberton spoke up. "Sheriff, the law is quite clear on this matter. Private property can get a man buried if he's not careful how he goes about claiming it." Tucker gathered the papers and handed them back to Howard. "I'll enforce the law, Mr. Howard. All of it, including the parts about disturbing the peace and inciting riots." Howard's face had gone red again. He stuffed the documents back into his portfolio, movements sharp and angry. "I trust you'll remember which side of the law you're supposed to be on, Sheriff." "Same side I've always been on." Howard stood and headed for the door, Pemberton scurrying behind him. At the threshold, Howard turned back. "I'll be posting notice of the new ownership tomorrow morning. I expect your full cooperation in maintaining order." "You'll have it." Tucker waited until their footsteps faded before pouring himself another cup of coffee. His hands were steady, but he could feel the tension in his shoulders, the tightness in his chest that came before trouble started. Through the window, he watched Howard and Pemberton climb into a rented buggy. The lawyer was talking fast, gesturing with his hands. Howard sat rigid, staring straight ahead. They drove off toward El Paso, leaving dust and the smell of bay rum hanging in the desert air. Tucker finished his coffee and reached for the morning reports. But his eyes kept drifting to the window, to the street where ordinary people went about their ordinary business, unaware that their world had just changed hands. Chapter 3. Esperanza Morales knelt beside her father's chair on the porch, grinding corn in the stone matati her grandmother had carried from Chihuahua 50 years ago. The rhythm was steady, familiar. Push and twist, while José Morales watched the sunset paint the desert red. "Papa, drink your coffee before it gets cold." The old man's hands shook as he lifted the cup. His eyes, once sharp enough to spot a hawk circling 2 miles away, had grown cloudy with cataracts. But his hearing remained keen. "Someone's coming." Esperanza looked up from the corn. A rider approached from town, his horse moving at an easy lope. As he drew closer, she recognized her younger brother Carlos, his face grim in the fading light. He dismounted and tied his horse to the hitching post their father had carved from mesquite wood 30 years ago. Everything on this small ranch carried history, bore the marks of hands that had worked the land before Texas was even a word. Esperanza. Papa. José Morales set down his coffee cup. You look like a man with bad news, mijo. Carlos pulled off his hat and ran his fingers through his black hair. At 23, he had their father's strong jaw but their mother's quick temper. Right now anger sparked in his dark eyes. Miguel's in town. Says that Eastern man posted notices at the lakes today. What kind of notices? The kind that say we need permission to take salt. His permission. Esperanza stopped grinding and wiped her hands on her apron. She'd been expecting this ever since Howard's visit to the cantina, but expecting trouble didn't make it easier to swallow. What exactly do the notices say? Carlos reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a folded paper. Miguel tore one down. Thought you should read it. She took the notice and held it up to catch the last light. The words were printed in English and Spanish, but the message was clear enough in any language. By order of Charles Howard, legal owner. No salt harvesting without written permission and payment of required fees. Required fees, she read aloud. $2 per wagon, Carlos said. Plus 25 cents for every 100 pounds of salt. José Morales was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he spoke without looking at his children. When I was a boy, my father brought me to those lakes for the first time. I was maybe 8 years old, scared of everything that moved. He took my hand and walked me out onto the salt, told me to taste it. He paused, his cloudy eyes focused on something they couldn't see. Bitter, he said. Clean and bitter, like tears dried by the sun. My father, he told me this salt belonged to no man. God puts it here, he said. The earth gives it freely like rain, like wind. Any man claims to own the rain is a fool or a liar. Esperanza folded the notice and handed it back to Carlos. The corn lay half ground in the metate, but her appetite for the work had disappeared. What does Miguel want to do? Same thing any man with pride would do. Take salt like we always have. And when Howard tries to stop him? Carlos's jaw tightened. Then we'll see how much his papers are worth. Carlos. No, sister. I'm tired of bowing and scraping every time some rich man from back east decides he owns something that was never his to begin with. José Morales reached for his walking stick, carved from oak and polished smooth by decades of use. He stood slowly, his joints protesting, and walked to the porch railing. You boys think this is about salt, isn't it? Carlos asked. Salt's just the beginning, mijo. Today, it's the lakes. Tomorrow, it'll be the grazing lands. Next year, maybe this ranch. Esperanza joined her father at the railing. Below them, their small herd of cattle had gathered around the water trough, lowing softly in the gathering darkness. The sound was peaceful, eternal, but she heard the worry in her father's voice. You think Howard wants more than just the salt? Men like that always want more. It's never enough. Carlos kicked at the porch boards with his boot heel. Then we stop him now, before he gets ideas. How? Same way we've always handled trouble. The words hung in the air like a challenge. Esperanza knew what her brother meant, and it frightened her more than Howard's notices. Violence had a way of spreading like wildfire in the desert, consuming everything in its path. There might be another way, she said. Like what? Like talking to him. Making him understand what this means to people. Carlos laughed, but there was no humor in it. You want to explain our family history to a man who thinks everything has a price tag. Maybe if he understood. He understands just fine. He understands we've been taking salt for free, and now he wants us to pay for the privilege. José Morales turned away from the railing. Carlos unhitched the wagon. We're going to the lakes tomorrow. Papa, you haven't been to the lakes in 2 years. Then it's time. Esperanza looked at her father's face in the lamplight spilling from the house. She saw determination there, and something else, the quiet dignity of a man who'd worked the same land for 40 years and wouldn't be driven from it by papers and threats. What are you planning? Nothing more than what my father did, and his father before him. Take salt to feed my family. And if Howard tries to stop you? The old man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Then we'll see what Sheriff Tucker thinks of his new friend's property rights. Carlos grinned and slapped his father's shoulder. Now you're talking. But Esperanza felt a chill that had nothing to do with the desert evening. She'd seen Tucker around town, watched him handle drunks and troublemakers with a firm but fair hand. He was a good man, maybe even a decent one. But good men caught between bad choices had a way of making terrible decisions. Papa, maybe we should wait. Talk to Father Martinez, see what he thinks. The Padre's a wise man, José Morales said. But this isn't a matter for the church. Then what is it a matter for? The old man looked out at the desert, where the first stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. Somewhere out there, beyond the horizon, the salt lakes waited, white and pure and ownerless as they had been since the world began. It's a matter of who we are, mija. Whether we're the kind of people who let strangers tell us we can't walk on the land our grandfathers walked, can't take what the earth offers freely. He turned and headed for the house, his walking stick tapping against the wooden boards. Carlos, see to your horse. We leave at dawn. Yes, sir. Esperanza remained on the porch, after her father and brother had gone inside. The night was quiet, except for the distant howl of a coyote and the soft shuffle of cattle in the corral. She picked up the metate and the half-ground corn, knowing the work would have to wait until tomorrow. If there was a tomorrow that looked anything like today. She thought about Sheriff Tucker, about the way he'd watched her family at the Salt Lakes. Had he known then what was coming? Had he seen Howard's notices and understood what they meant? More importantly, when the time came to choose sides, which way would a good man's conscience lead him? The coyote howled again, closer this time. Esperanza shivered and went inside, but the sound followed her into her dreams, wild and lonesome and free, the voice of a land that belonged to no one and everyone, and could never truly be owned no matter what the papers said. Chapter 4. The San Elizario town hall smelled of tobacco smoke, old leather, and the kind of sweat that came from men trying to decide which way the wind was blowing. Tucker stood in the back corner, arms folded, watching Howard arrange his documents on the scarred wooden table like a card sharp dealing a winning hand. Mayor Sandoval called the meeting to order with 3 sharp raps of his gavel. The room held maybe 30 people, more than Tucker had ever seen at a town council session. Word traveled fast in a small community, especially when it concerned money and who was going to make it. Gentlemen, we have before us Mr. Charles Howard of El Paso, who has requested time to address certain matters of mutual interest. Howard stood and smoothed his vest. He'd changed clothes since their meeting at Tucker's office, traded his traveling suit for something newer, more expensive. The kind of outfit that cost more than most men in the room made it in 6 months. Mayor Sandoval, councilmen, citizens of San Elizario. I come before you today as your neighbor and partner in the prosperity that awaits this region. Tucker studied the faces around the room. Some men leaned forward, interested. Others sat back with their arms crossed, already suspicious. At a table near the front, 3 Anglo businessmen from El Paso nodded along with Howard's words. As you may know, I have recently acquired legal title to the salt deposits west of town. I want to assure you that this development represents opportunity, not hardship, for the people of this community. Councilman Torres raised his hand. He was a blacksmith by trade, with hands like ham hocks and a face that had seen too much sun. What kind of opportunity? Howard smiled and picked up one of his documents. Employment, Mr. Torres. Regular wages for men willing to work. I intend to establish a proper mining operation, organized, efficient, profitable. And the families that have been taking salt for their own use will continue to do so under the new arrangements. What arrangements? Howard's smile flickered slightly. A modest fee structure that ensures proper management of the resource while maintaining public access. Torres scratched his beard. How modest? Tucker watched Howard's hands as he shuffled through his papers. The man's confidence was starting to crack around the edges. 25 cents per hundredweight, plus a small access fee to cover administrative costs. The room erupted in voices, angry, incredulous, frightened. Sandoval banged his gavel until the noise died down. Mr. Howard, said Councilman Rivera, who ran the general store, most folks here trade salt for goods. They don't see cash money from one month to the next. Which is precisely why a more professional approach will benefit everyone. Regular employment means regular wages. Regular wages mean a stronger local economy. For who? This from Elena Vasquez, whose husband drove freight between San Elizario and El Paso. You gonna hire every man in town? I'll hire qualified workers, Mrs. Vasquez. Men willing to learn modern mining techniques. Tucker shifted his weight against the wall. Modern mining techniques. Howard made it sound like the Morales family had been scraping salt with their fingernails instead of using tools and methods passed down through generations. What about the men who ain't qualified? Torres asked. I'm sure industrious people will find other opportunities. Where? Howard spread his hands in a gesture that was supposed to look generous. The territory is full of possibilities for those willing to adapt. Father Martinez stood up from his seat in the third row. Tucker hadn't noticed the priest come in, but there he was, black cassock, dusty from the ride into town. Mr. Howard, you speak of adaptation. What would you have these families adapt to? Progress, Father. The march of civilization and commerce. I see. And if a man cannot adapt, if a widow with 3 children cannot pay your fees? Howard's face reddened slightly. I'm not running a charity, Father. No, but you are taking away their means of survival and calling it progress. The room stirred again. Tucker saw nods of agreement, heard murmurs of support for the priest's words. But he also noticed the 3 El Paso businessmen whispering among themselves, and the way Mayor Sandoval kept glancing at them. Gentlemen, please, Sandoval said. Let Mr. Howard finish his presentation. Howard pulled out his map and spread it on the table. As you can see, the salt deposits cover a substantial area. Conservative estimates suggest an annual yield of 2,000 tons or more. Councilman Rivera leaned forward. What kind of money are we talking about? Wholesale prices in El Paso run about $40 per ton. In San Antonio, closer to $60. Tucker did the math in his head. 2,000 tons at $40 came to $80,000 a year. More money than San Elizario had seen in its entire existence. Of course, Howard continued, there will be transportation costs, processing expenses, administrative overhead. How much you figured to clear? This from one of the El Paso men. Conservatively, $30,000 annually, once operations are fully established. The room went quiet. $30,000 was a fortune by local standards, the kind of money that changed everything it touched. What's the town's share? Rivera asked. I beg your pardon? You're using our roads, our workers, our community. What do we get, besides the privilege of paying your fees? Howard looked uncomfortable for the first time since the meeting started. Well, there will be employment opportunities, as I mentioned. How many jobs? Initially. Perhaps a dozen men for the mining operations. More as we expand. Torres laughed, but it wasn't a pleasant sound. A dozen jobs for $30,000 profit. That's generous of you, Mr. Howard. I'm offering fair wages for honest work. What about the other 300 folks in this town? Howard's composure was cracking now. Tucker could see sweat beading on the man's forehead, despite the evening cool. As I said, progress requires adaptation. You keep using that word, Father Martinez interrupted. Adaptation. Like we're some kind of animals that need to change or die. I merely meant. You meant exactly what you said. Submit to your terms or starve. Mayor Sandoval banged his gavel. Father, please. Let's keep this discussion civil. Tucker noticed Sandoval had been quick to silence the priest, but had let Howard talk as long as he wanted. Made a man wonder where the mayor's loyalties lay. Mr. Howard, Rivera said, suppose we don't approve of your arrangement. The legal title is already established, Councilman. I'm not here seeking permission, merely offering cooperation. Meaning you're going to do this, whether we like it or not. Meaning the law is on my side. Tucker pushed away from the wall. Every eye in the room turned toward him. Mr. Howard's right about the law, he said. Papers are legal, properly filed. Question is whether they're practical. What do you mean, Sheriff? Sandoval asked. Tucker walked toward the front of the room, his boots echoing on the wooden floor. He stopped next to Howard's table and picked up the map. These deposits are 12 miles from town. No telegraph lines, no railroad. Nearest law is right here in San Elizario, and that's just me and my deputy. Howard's eyes narrowed. Your point, Sheriff. Point is, a lot can happen 12 miles from help. Equipment breaks down, supplies go missing, workers get hurt. Mining's dangerous business. The threat was subtle, but clear. Tucker saw understanding dawn in Howard's pale eyes. Are you suggesting the local authorities can't maintain order? I'm suggesting order depends on cooperation. Hard to maintain when folks feel they're being cheated. One of the El Paso men spoke up. Sheriff, are you threatening a lawful business operation? Tucker turned to look at him. Young, well-dressed, soft hands like Howard's. Probably his financial backer. Just stating facts. Desert's a hard place for men who don't understand it. The young man started to respond, but Howard cut him off with a gesture. The Eastern man was learning that Texas wasn't the same as whatever civilized place he'd come from. Sheriff Tucker, I appreciate your perspective. Perhaps we could discuss security arrangements privately. Perhaps we could. Mayor Sandoval cleared his throat. Gentlemen, I think we've covered the main points. Mr. Howard, the council will consider your presentation and respond accordingly. Howard began collecting his papers, but Tucker noticed his hands shaking slightly. The man was starting to understand that legal rights and practical power weren't always the same thing. As the room emptied, Tucker caught Father Martinez by the sleeve. Padre, walk with me. They stepped outside into the desert evening. Stars were beginning to appear overhead, sharp and clear in the thin air. What do you think? Tucker asked. I think Mr. Howard just learned something about the difference between owning and controlling. And the town council? Martinez was quiet for a moment. Sandoval's been talking to those El Paso men for weeks. Rivera sees dollar signs. Torres might be different. Tucker nodded. Politics were like poker. You had to watch the players' faces, not just their cards. Father, you might want to prepare your flock for trouble. What kind of trouble? Tucker looked back at the town hall, where Howard was still talking urgently with his financial backers. The expensive kind. Chapter 5. José Morales pulled his wagon to a stop at the edge of the salt flats and stared at the fence that hadn't been there yesterday. 3 strands of barbed wire stretched between wooden posts, blocking the path his family had used for 40 years. "Son of a bitch," Carlos muttered from the wagon seat beside him. The old man said nothing, just climbed down from the wagon with careful deliberation. His boots crunched on the salt-crusted ground as he walked to the nearest fence post and ran his fingers along the wire. Fresh cuts in his palms came away bloody. "Papa." "I'm fine, mijo." But José Morales wasn't fine. Esperanza could see it in the set of his shoulders, the way his jaw worked like he was chewing something bitter. She'd seen that look before, the day the tax assessor had tried to claim their ranch for unpaid levies they'd never owed. "There's a gate," Miguel called out from horseback. He'd ridden ahead to scout while they brought the wagon. "Maybe 100 yards south." José Morales looked toward where his oldest son pointed. A wooden gate hung between 2 larger posts, secured with a heavy chain and padlock. A sign hung from the chain, "Private property, no trespassing, Charles Howard, owner." "Owner?" the old man repeated, as if tasting the word. Carlos jumped down from the wagon and pulled wire cutters from the toolbox. "Hell with his gate. We'll make our own." "Carlos, no." The command in his father's voice stopped the young man mid-step. José Morales walked along the fence line, studying the posts, testing the wire's tension with his walking stick. "Professional work," he said finally. "Hired men who know their business." Esperanza dismounted from her horse and joined her father at the fence. The posts were set deep, tamped solid with rocks and dirt. The wire was new, sharp, strung tight as guitar strings. "How many men you think it took?" she asked. 4, maybe 5. "Working through the night." Miguel rode back from the gate. "Padlocks new too. Good quality." "Howard doesn't waste money on cheap hardware," José Morales said. They stood in silence, listening to the desert wind whistle through the barbed wire. In the distance, the salt lakes shimmered white under the morning sun, close enough to smell but suddenly as unreachable as the moon. "We could ride around," Miguel suggested. "Find another way in." "Fence probably runs the whole perimeter," Carlos said. "Man builds one section, he builds them all." José Morales nodded slowly. "Your brother's right. Howard's not the type to leave gaps." Esperanza walked back to the wagon and climbed onto the seat. From that height, she could see further across the flats. The fence line stretched east and west as far as her eyes could follow, an ugly scar across the pristine landscape. "So what do we do?" Her father looked at her for a long moment, then at his sons. The wind picked up, blowing dust devils across the hard pan. "We do what our family has always done," he said. "We take salt." Carlos grinned and reached for his wire cutters again, but José Morales shook his head. "Not like that. We do this proper." "What's proper about letting some Eastern man fence off land that doesn't belong to him?" "What's proper is not giving Sheriff Tucker a reason to arrest us for destruction of property." The old man walked back to the wagon and pulled out a leather satchel. Inside were the family's tools, shovels, picks, burlap sacks, the same implements 3 generations of Morales men had used to harvest salt. "We go to the gate," he said. "We ask permission." "Papa." "We ask permission, and when Howard says no, we cut the fence and take our salt anyway. But we do it legal, so nobody can say we didn't try to follow his rules." Miguel laughed. "Legal? You planning to pay his fees too?" "I'm planning to show Sheriff Tucker that we tried to do this peaceful. When Howard forces our hand, the responsibility's on him." Esperanza understood. Her father had been fighting other people's wars his whole life, against the Mexican government, against the Republic of Texas, against the U.S. Army. He'd learned that the story people told afterward mattered as much as what actually happened. They loaded their tools back into the wagon and drove south to the gate. The padlock was brass, heavy and solid. The chain looked like it could hold a ship's anchor. José Morales climbed down and approached the gate. He stood there for a full minute, hands resting on the top rail, looking out at the salt lakes beyond. 40 years, he said quietly. 40 years I've been coming to this place. He turned and walked back to the wagon, his decision made. Carlos, the wire cutters. His youngest son, handed them over with a grin. José Morales hefted the tool, feeling its weight, then walked to the nearest fence post. You sure about this, Papa? Sure as I've ever been about anything, mijo. The first cut parted the top strand with a sharp twang. The second and third followed quickly. José Morales pulled the severed wires aside and stepped through the gap onto land his family had worked since before Charles Howard was born. Bring the wagon. They spent the next 2 hours loading salt, working with the practiced efficiency of men who'd done this job countless times. The sun climbed higher, turning the flats into a furnace, but none of them complained about the heat. When the wagon was full, José Morales called a halt. They'd taken maybe 300 pounds of salt, enough for their own use, with some left over to trade for flour and coffee. That's it? Carlos asked. We could fill 2 more wagons easy. We take what we need, nothing more. This isn't about the salt. What's it about then? The old man looked back at the fence, at the gap they'd cut in Howard's wire. It's about who we are. They were loading the last of the tools when Miguel spotted the dust cloud approaching from the east. 3 riders moving fast across the desert floor. Company, he said. Esperanza shaded her eyes with her hand. Even at a distance, she recognized the lead rider's straight-backed posture and the star pinned to his shirt. Sheriff Tucker. José Morales climbed onto the wagon seat and gathered the reins. His movements were calm, deliberate, but Esperanza caught the slight tremor in his hands. Carlos, Miguel, mount up. Stay close to the wagon. Tucker rode up with his deputy Billy Morrison and another man Esperanza didn't recognize. Young, well-dressed, probably one of Howard's people. The sheriff's face was grim as he surveyed the cut fence and the loaded wagon. Morning, Jose. Sheriff. Tucker dismounted and walked to the gap in the wire. He knelt and examined the cut ends, noting how clean they were, how deliberately the job had been done. Somebody's been improving Howard's fence. Somebody improved it back to where it was yesterday. The sheriff stood and dusted off his hands. Behind him, the young man from El Paso was scribbling notes in a leather book. Jose, you know I have to arrest you. I know. Destruction of private property. Maybe theft, depending on how Howard wants to play it. The old man climbed down from the wagon. You do what you have to do, Sheriff. Same as me. Tucker pulled out his manacles, but his movements were slow, reluctant. I'm sorry about this. No need to be sorry for doing your job. But as Tucker applied the handcuffs, Esperanza saw something in the sheriff's eyes that looked very much like shame. And she wondered how many more times Dan Tucker would have to arrest good men for bad laws before something inside him snapped. The young man from El Paso closed his notebook with a satisfied snap. Mr. Howard will be pleased to hear justice is being served. Tucker turned on him with sudden fury. Mister, you'd best keep your mouth shut unless you want to walk back to town. The man's face went pale, but he said nothing more. Tucker helped José Morales into the back of the sheriff's wagon, treating the old man with a gentleness that spoke louder than words. Esperanza, Carlos, you follow us into town. Miguel, you drive their wagon. Yes, sir. As they prepared to leave, José Morales spoke from the back of Tucker's wagon. Sheriff, that fence won't keep people away forever. I know that, Jose. More wire just means more wire cutters. Tucker gathered his reins and looked back at the gap in Howard's fence, already imagining how it would look tomorrow and the day after that, as more people decided they'd had enough of Eastern men and their property rights. I know that too. Chapter 6. He arrested a 70-year-old man. He arrested a man who cut a fence. The man's fence, Luis said, wiping foam from his mustache with the back of a hand that was all knuckle and scar tissue. He ran a freight wagon when there was freight to run. Lately there wasn't. Wire put up yesterday, don't make it his. The cantina was thick with the smell of cheap beer, kerosene, and the sweat of men who'd spent the day wondering instead of working. The talk was a low hum, but the current underneath it was strong, pulling everyone in one direction. Howard's got papers, a man named Hector said from the end of the bar. He was a tanner, his hands permanently stained the color of rust. Signed in Austin. Austin's a long way from here, Luis shot back. Man in Austin ever taste salt from that lake? Ever trade it for a sack of beans to get through winter? He looked around the room, daring anyone to disagree. No one did. They just watched their beers. At a corner table, 3 Anglos who'd ridden in on the afternoon stage kept their voices low. One of them, a drummer in a dusty bowler hat, leaned in. The sheriff had to do it. It's his job. His companion, a man with a pistol tucked in his waistband that he probably didn't know how to use, shook his head. Maybe. But he didn't have to look like he was burying his own dog while he did it. The bartender, a fat man named Sal, moved down the bar, polishing a glass that was already clean. He'd heard it all since sundown. Talk of sides. Talk of what was right and what was legal. The two things had been walking different paths for a while now. He could feel it. A town holds its breath only so long before it has to breathe fire. The Morales boys, Luis said, his voice dropping. They won't let this stand. Miguel, he's quiet. But Carlos has his mother's temper. Sheriff Tucker knows that, Hector said. He grew up with them. Knowing and doing are two different things. The batwing doors creaked open, and Billy Morrison stepped inside, blinking in the lamplight. The deputy was young enough to still think a badge made a man 10 feet tall. He walked to the bar, and every conversation stopped. The quiet was heavy, thick with things unsaid. Sal, Billy said, his voice a little too loud. Bottle of whiskey. For the sheriff? Sal asked, already reaching for a bottle of the cheap stuff. For the office, Billy corrected him. He laid a coin on the bar. The metal clicked, the only sound in the room. He picked up the bottle, his eyes darting around, trying to read the faces that were suddenly impossible to read. He gave a tight nod. Evening. He turned and walked out. The door swung shut behind him, and the hum of conversation started again, but it was different now. The law had been there and left. The room felt emptier, and somehow more dangerous. Drinking alone, Luis grunted into his beer. That's a bad sign in a lawman. Dan Tucker didn't look up when Billy set the bottle on his desk. The paperwork from José Morales' arrest sat in a neat stack mocking him. Destruction of private property. The words were plain, black and white. They didn't say anything about a man's pride, or his history, or the look in his daughter's eyes when the cuffs went on. Anything else, Sheriff? Billy asked. Tucker stared at the reflection of the lamp in the window. Outside, the town was a collection of muted lights and long shadows. His own reflection was a ghost superimposed over it all, a man he didn't recognize. No. The word was flat. Final. Billy hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something more, then thought better of it. He left, closing the door softly behind him. Tucker pulled the cork from the bottle with his teeth and spat it on the floor. He poured 2 fingers of whiskey into the tin cup he used for coffee and drank it down in one motion. The whiskey burned, a clean fire that did nothing to burn away the image of José Morales's hands, the wrists, surprisingly thin, disappearing into the steel manacles. He poured another. The law was the law. A simple thing, men said when they didn't want to think too hard. He'd said it himself. Said it to his deputy just yesterday. A fence goes up on property a man owns, another man cuts it down, the man gets arrested. Simple. Except the property was a salt lake that had fed this town since before it was a town. And the man who owned it had hands as soft as a preacher's. And the man who cut the fence was José Morales. He leaned back in his chair, the wood groaning in protest. He could hear the low thrum of the cantina down the street. He could picture the men in there. Luis, Hector, the others. He knew who was saying what. He knew they were talking about him. Howard's man. Howard's dog. A man who'd cuff his own history for a piece of paper from Austin. He finished the second drink and stared at the bottle. He thought of Esperanza. The way she'd watched him, not with the hate he'd expected, but with a kind of disappointment that was 100 times worse. She hadn't said a word. She didn't have to. Her eyes had asked the question he couldn't answer, whose side are you on? A fist banged on the office door, making the frame rattle. Tucker's hand went to the Colt on his hip, out of instinct. It's open. The door swung in, and Charles Howard stood there, his face flushed. He'd been at the hotel, drinking the good whiskey. He held a piece of paper in his hand. Sheriff, I have a problem. You've got a list of them, Tucker said, not moving from his chair. Howard's eyes narrowed at the bottle on the desk. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. I just received a telegram. The circuit judge is in Fort Stockton. Won't be back this way for a month. What am I supposed to do with that old man for a month? He's out. His daughter posted bond an hour after you left. Howard's face went from pink to red. On what grounds? On the grounds that this is my town and my jail. I set the bond at $10. She paid it. $10? For destroying my property. That's an insult. Take it as one, Tucker said. He poured a third drink. He didn't offer one to Howard. Howard paced the small office, a caged animal in a tailored suit. This is unacceptable. It sends the wrong message. It tells these people they can defy the law without consequence. It tells them an old man gets to sleep in his own bed. And tomorrow, he'll be back at my fence with wire cutters. Tucker took a slow drink, letting the whiskey sit on his tongue. He looked at Howard over the rim of the cup. Is that what you think? I know it. And his son's with him. This is how it starts, Sheriff. An inch of defiance. You give them that, they'll take a mile. Tucker set his cup down on the desk with a solid thud. Then post a guard. I've already hired men. They'll be there in the morning. But that's not your job. Your job is to prevent this. To make an example of Morales. His name is José, Tucker said, his voice quiet. I don't care what his name is. I care about my investment. Tucker stood up. He was a head taller than Howard, and the space in the office suddenly seemed to shrink. He walked to the window and looked out at the dark street. You know, Mr. Howard, he said, his back to the man. You own the salt. The papers say so. But you don't own the trouble that comes with it. That you get for free. He turned around. Now, if you're done telling me how to do my job, I've got some drinking to get to. Howard opened his mouth to say something, saw the look in Tucker's eyes and closed it. He smoothed his vest, a nervous gesture. He gave a curt, angry nod and left, slamming the door behind him. Tucker stood at the window for a long time, watching the light in the cantina. He watched men drift out in pairs, their shoulders slumped, heading home into the dark. The town was settling. But it wasn't sleeping. It was waiting. He finished his drink, then another. The questions kept coming. What happens tomorrow, when Howard's men meet the Morales brothers at the fence? What happens when a hired gun from El Paso tells a man he can't stand on the land his great-grandfather stood on? He knew the answer. He picked up the bottle, shoved the cork back in, and set it in his desk drawer. He locked the drawer and pocketed the key. He wasn't a man who drank alone. Not yet. He strapped on his gun belt, the familiar weight a cold comfort. He settled his hat on his head, pulled the brim low, and walked out of the office, turning the key in the lock. He didn't walk toward the hotel or his boarding house. He walked toward the edge of town, his boots kicking up dust in the moonlight, moving silent down the road that led west, toward the salt. Chapter 7. You don't strike me as a man who comes to church to pray, Sheriff. Dan Tucker didn't jump. He'd learned long ago not to show surprise. He just turned his head slow, the leather of his vest creaking on the hard oak of the pew. Father Martinez stood in the aisle, his black cassock looking more gray than black in the thin morning light slanting through the high, dusty windows. Just admiring the woodwork, Padre. It was built to last, Martinez said. He didn't move, just watched Tucker with eyes that had seen too many confessions to be fooled by a simple lie. The men who raised these walls did it with their own hands. They believed what they were building was more than just a roof and a floor. They believed it was a promise. Tucker looked away from the priest, toward the simple altar. A wooden cross, 2 unlit candles in brass holders. The air smelled of old wax and something else, something clean and quiet he couldn't name. He'd come in here because it was the only place in San Elizario that didn't have a man in it wanting something from him. He hadn't counted on God's man being here. A promise for what? Tucker asked. Martinez moved then, sliding into the pew beside the sheriff. He didn't sit close, left a respectful distance between them. That some things are sacred. That there are lines men shouldn't cross. He folded his hands in his lap. They were a farmer's hands, thick and calloused. The town is talking, Dan. The talk is not good. Talk is cheap. Not this kind. This kind costs blood if you let it go on too long. The priest's voice was low, without judgment, a man stating a fact like he'd state the time of day. I saw Carlos and Miguel Morales this morning, heading out to their father's ranch. They had rifles in their saddle scabbards. They weren't going hunting for deer. Tucker ran a hand over his jaw. The stubble rasped against his palm. He'd been up all night, walking the town, then sitting in his office, then walking again. The whiskey bottle was still locked in his desk. He wished it wasn't. They have a right to carry rifles. They have a right to be angry too, Martinez countered. So does their father. So does Luis and Hector, and every other man who thinks you arrested a man's history yesterday, not just his body. I arrested a man for breaking the law. The words sounded hollow, even to him. A line he'd memorized. Did you? Martinez turned to face him, his dark eyes serious. Or did you enforce a piece of paper that a rich man bought so he could steal bread from poor men's tables? Tucker stood up. The quiet of the church was suddenly suffocating. He paced down the aisle, his boots echoing on the worn floorboards. He stopped at the back, by the heavy wooden doors. He could feel the heat of the day waiting just outside. Howard's got the deed. It's legal. My job begins and ends there. No, it doesn't. A lawman's job is to keep the peace. You know as well as I do that fence is not a line on a map. It's a lit fuse on a powder keg. Howard lit it. You're the one standing over it, deciding whether to put it out or let it blow. Tucker turned around, leaning his back against the solid door. And how do you suggest I put it out? Tell Howard to tear down his fence and forget the $30,000 a year he plans on making. Tell the Morales family to forget the salt their grandfathers harvested and find some other way to live. I suggest you remember who you are, Dan Tucker. I'm the sheriff. You're a man from this place, the priest said, his voice rising just a little, carrying the weight of conviction. Your father ranched 20 miles from here before the fever took him. You drank from the same wells as José Morales. You chased the same jackrabbits as his sons. You are not an outsider here. You are not Charles Howard. Tucker pushed off the door and walked back toward the priest, stopping a few feet away. What's your point, Padre? My point is that you're a good man, Dan. Martinez stood to meet his gaze, his expression softening with a sadness that seemed ancient. But good men can find themselves doing terrible things when they're caught between bad choices. They tell themselves it's their duty. They tell themselves they have no choice. But there is always a choice. The words hit Tucker harder than Miguel Morales' spit. He looked past the priest, at the stained glass window above the altar. It showed a saint with a serene face, holding a lamb. The peace in it felt like a mockery. Howard has hired men, Tucker said, his voice flat. They'll be at the lakes today. If Carlos and Miguel show up with rifles, those men will have guns of their own. Men will die. And I'll have to arrest whoever is left standing. That's the law. That's the choice I have. Is it? Martinez asked softly. Or is that just the easiest path? The one that lets you wash your hands of the whole affair and blame the rule book? Tucker had no answer for that. He stood there in the quiet, holy place, feeling anything but holy. He felt trapped. A man in a box, with the walls closing in. The law was one wall, the town was another. His own conscience was the third. And Charles Howard was the fourth, smiling while he hammered the nails in. I'll do my job, Tucker said, the words tasting like ash. I pray you choose the right one, Martinez said. Tucker gave a sharp nod, a gesture of dismissal, and turned. He walked out of the church without looking back, pushing the heavy doors open and stepping into the blinding, indifferent sun. The street was already busy. A freight wagon rumbled past, raising a cloud of fine yellow dust. He squinted, his eyes adjusting to the glare. Down the street, in front of the hotel, a buckboard had pulled to a stop. 4 men were climbing out. They weren't from around here. Tucker could tell by the way they stood, the way they wore their guns tied down low, the way their eyes scanned the street like they were looking for trouble to buy. One of them, a big man with a red beard and a shotgun cradled in his arm, laughed at something another one said. It wasn't a pleasant sound. Howard's men. The powder keg had arrived. Tucker watched them swagger into the hotel, the red-bearded man bumping a townsman out of the way without a word of apology. He felt a cold knot tighten in his gut. The priest's words echoed in his head. There is always a choice. His hand fell to the worn grip of his Colt, the metal cool and solid beneath his palm. Chapter 8. 50 cents. Rivera said the words like he was passing a death sentence. He stood behind the counter of his general store, a place that usually smelled of coffee beans and fresh-cut pine, but today just smelled of dust and bad news. He tapped a thick finger on the new notice tacked next to his door. The ink was still fresh, the paper an unnervingly clean sheet of white against the weathered wood. Elena Vasquez, whose husband drove freight, stared at the paper. She had a small burlap sack of salt on the counter, maybe 20 pounds of it. Not enough. Not anymore. And the wagon fee? Still $2, Rivera said. He wouldn't meet her eyes. He rearranged a stack of tin cans instead. He's calling it a security surcharge now. To pay for the men he hired to keep the peace. To keep us from our own salt, Elena said. Her voice was quiet, but it cut through the hum of flies buzzing in the morning heat. He doubles the price and calls it peace. She picked up her sack of salt, the weight of it seeming to pull her shoulders down. It wasn't just salt anymore. It was a currency that had just lost half its value overnight. She looked at the shelves stacked with flour, beans, sugar. Things that were now twice as far away. She turned and walked out without another word, the small bell over the door giving a sad, tinny jingle. Billy Morrison had been standing by the pickle barrel, pretending to be interested in it. He'd seen the whole thing. He watched Elena walk across the street, her back straight, and felt a hot shame that had nothing to do with him but felt like his all the same. Rivera saw him watching. "It's not right, deputy." "No," Billy said. "It's not. What's a man to do? Howard pays for his goods in cash money. Best customer I've got." Rivera sighed, the sound of a man caught in a trap he'd helped build. "But this is blood money." Out on the boardwalk of the hotel, Charles Howard sipped a glass of lemonade and watched his new employees. The one with the red beard, a man who called himself Wade, was checking the action on his shotgun, the shuck-shuck sound sharp and professional. "Everything satisfactory, Mr. Wade?" Howard asked. Wade didn't look up. "The hardware's fine. It's the locals I'm worried about. They look at you like they're measuring you for a coffin." "That's why you're here," Howard said, taking a delicate sip. "To remind them of the consequences of illegal activities." "And the new price?" another of the men asked, leaning against a porch post. He was younger, with a mean, pinched face. "You sure that's wise? Seems like poking a stick in a hornet's nest." Howard set his glass down. He looked at the man with open distaste. "It is a business decision. The additional revenue will cover your salaries and any incidental expenses. It also establishes a clear and unambiguous line. My property. My price. Those who can afford it are welcome. Those who cannot are not my concern." He smiled, a thin, dry thing. "It's the very definition of law and order." Wade snapped the shotgun shut and looked up at Howard. His eyes were pale blue, the color of a winter sky. "Law and order looks a lot like a payroll to me, mister. Just so we're clear." Howard's smile tightened. "Perfectly clear." Dan Tucker was in his office, trying to make sense of a 3-month-old report from the Texas Rangers about cattle rustling near the border. The words blurred together. He was using the paperwork as a wall, a way to keep from looking out the window, a way to keep from thinking about the 4 hired guns Howard had installed at the hotel. He could feel their presence like a change in the weather. The door opened, and Billy Morrison came in, letting it slam behind him. The kid's face was flushed, his jaw set. "He doubled it," Billy said. No preamble. Tucker didn't look up from the report. "I saw the notice. 50 cents a hundredweight. $2 a wagon. I saw Elena Vasquez in the store. She couldn't trade for a sack of flour, Sheriff. Flour. For her kids." Tucker dipped his pen in the inkwell and made a note in the margin of the report. The note was nonsense. Just a black mark on the page. "Howard can set whatever price he wants. It's his property." And what happens when a man can't pay it? What happens when his kids are hungry and he goes out to the lake anyway, the way his father did, and his grandfather? Billy's voice was high with an indignation Tucker remembered feeling once, a long time ago. "What do we do then, Sheriff? Do we arrest him?" Tucker put the pen down. He looked at his deputy, at the earnest anger in the boy's eyes. He saw a dangerous simplicity there, a belief that right and wrong were as easy to tell apart as black and white. "We enforce the law, Billy," Tucker said, his voice level, tired. "Even if the law is wrong." Billy took a step closer to the desk. "Is that what you're telling me? We're just supposed to stand by, we're supposed to help, while that man strangles this whole town for a few extra dollars?" Tucker felt something cold and hard rise up in his chest. It was the thing he'd been fighting all night, the thing the priest had warned him about. It was the sound of a good man making a bad choice and calling it duty. Billy wasn't finished. He leaned forward, his hands flat on the desk, his young face inches from Tucker's. "We're going to have to arrest a man for feeding his children. You know we are. Is that the job? Is that what we signed on for?" Tucker stood up so fast his chair scraped back and hit the wall. The sudden motion made Billy flinch. Tucker's voice, when it came out, was low and sharp, each word a piece of chipped stone. "We enforce the law. We don't write it. We don't interpret it. We don't sit here and cry about whether it's fair. A man breaks the law, he gets arrested. A man resists arrest, he gets put down. That is the job. It is all of the job." He jabbed a finger at the star on Billy's chest, then at his own. "This piece of tin doesn't give us a vote. It gives us a side. We are on the side of the law. If you can't handle that, if you want to be a priest or a philosopher, then you take that badge off, you put it on this desk, and you walk out that door. Otherwise, you keep your mouth shut and you do what you're told." The silence in the office was absolute. Billy stared at him, his mouth slightly open, the anger in his eyes replaced by a stunned hurt. He looked at the badge on his own shirt, as if seeing it for the first time. He didn't speak. He just turned and walked out of the office, closing the door quietly behind him. Tucker stood there, his own words echoing in the sudden quiet. He could feel his heart hammering against his ribs. He'd won the argument. He'd asserted his authority. And he'd never felt more like a liar. He looked at the meaningless report on his desk, then at the window. The sun was climbing higher. The heat was building. He walked to the door, unlocked it, and stepped outside onto the porch. He didn't look. Chapter 9. He thinks we're afraid. Carlos Morales said it to the darkness of the barn. The words didn't echo. They were swallowed by the smell of hay and horse and the dry desert air. He worked a soft, oiled cloth down the barrel of his Winchester, the metal gleaming in the single lantern's light. Miguel didn't answer. He sat on an overturned bucket, methodically feeding cartridges into a leather belt. The brass casings caught the light, small promises of violence. Click. 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 The sound was steady, patient. The sound of a man who had already made his decision and was now just tending to the details. "The whole town is watching," Carlos went on, his voice tight. "They saw Papa arrested. They see Howard's men walking our streets like they own them. And they see us doing nothing." He worked the rifle's lever, the action snapping shut with a sharp, final sound. "Talk is over." "The talk was over yesterday," Miguel said, his voice low and even. He didn't look up from his work. He slid another cartridge into its loop. "Today is for something else." A shadow fell across the wide barn door. Esperanza stood there, a heavy wool shawl wrapped around her shoulders against the pre-dawn chill. She'd heard them, the quiet sounds of men preparing for a war they thought was a secret. "You can't," she said. It wasn't a plea. It was a statement, but one she knew was already a lie. Carlos turned, the rifle held loose in his hands. "We have to." "No." She stepped inside, the lantern light catching the worry etched deep in her face. "This is what he wants. Howard. For you to ride out with guns in your hands. It gives his men the excuse they're looking for. It makes you the criminals, not him." "Criminals?" Carlos laughed, a short, bitter bark of a sound. "For taking what is ours. For feeding our families." He gestured with the rifle toward the house, where their father slept. He went. He cut the wire. He showed them we do not bend. Now, it is our turn to show them we do not break. Esperanza looked at Miguel. He was the older one, the steady one. Carlos was fire, but Miguel was the rock. The rock was supposed to hold. Miguel, talk to him. Miguel slid the last cartridge into the belt and stood up. He coiled the belt and slung it over his shoulder. It settled with a heavy, leathery sigh. He finally met her eyes. His were dark, calm, and filled with a resolve that frightened her more than Carlos's anger. There is no more talk, Speranza. He picked up his own rifle from where it leaned against a stall. We are not looking for a fight. We are going to the lakes. We will fill our wagon with salt. With rifles? She shot back, her voice rising. You think Wade and his men are just going to stand by and watch? You are not just taking salt. You are taking a fight to them. We will not be the first to draw, Miguel said. But if they draw on us, we will not be the second. She threw her hands up in frustration, the shawl slipping from one shoulder. This isn't about the salt anymore, is it? It's not about feeding anyone. This is about your pride. A man's pride is what feeds him when his belly is empty, Carlos said, stepping forward. It is all he has. You want us to sit here while that pig from the east puts a fence around our father's life, while he hires men to keep us from the land our grandfather is buried in. What kind of men would we be? Alive ones, she said, her voice cracking. You would be alive. Papa needs you. I need you. What good is pride to a dead man? Miguel walked to his horse, a big roan that shifted nervously in its stall, sensing the tension. He began to saddle it, his movements economical and sure. We do this for Papa. We do this so he knows he raised sons, not dogs who tuck their tails when a stranger barks. Esperanza went to him, putting a hand on his arm. The muscle beneath his shirt was hard as iron. He wouldn't want this. He went in peace. He let Tucker arrest him to make a point. He did not ask for his sons to die for it. Miguel stopped his work. He looked down at her hand on his arm, then back to her face. For a moment she saw a flicker of something in his eyes, doubt, sorrow, a brother's love. Then it was gone, replaced by the same flat calm. We will not die today, he said. He pulled the cinch tight, the horse grunting in protest. She turned back to Carlos, her last hope. And you? Are you so eager to follow him? To leave me to bury you both? Carlos looked away from her, toward the open barn door. The sky to the east was beginning to lighten, a pale gray line on the horizon. The whole town saw Tucker cuff Papa. They see Howard's men spitting on the boardwalk. If we do not ride, they will call us cowards. Our own friends. Our neighbors. We would never be able to hold our heads up in this town again. He looked back at her, his young face set in a grim mask. There are things worse than dying, sister. She knew it was over then. She had lost. She saw that their pride was not a choice they were making. It was a cage they had been born into. A cage of honor and history and the expectations of other men. A cage they would defend to the death. She stepped back, pulling the shawl tight around herself as if a deep cold had settled into her bones. She watched them finish their preparations in silence. They moved like two parts of the same machine, checking straps, filling canteens, their faces grim and set in the growing light. They didn't speak to her again, or to each other. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Miguel led his horse out of the barn first. Carlos followed, his hand resting on the stock of his Winchester. They mounted in the dusty yard, the creak of saddle leather loud in the morning quiet. Miguel looked at her one last time from atop his horse. His face was a shadow beneath the brim of his hat. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. It wasn't an apology. It was a goodbye. Then he turned his horse, and Carlos fell in beside him. They didn't look back. They rode out, their figures dark silhouettes against the coming dawn, heading west. Toward the salt. Chapter 10. The sun was a hammer. It beat down on the salt flats, the white glare so bright it hurt to look. Dan Tucker reined in his horse, the gelding blowing hard, its coat already dark with sweat. Beside him, Billy Morrison sat stiff in his saddle, his eyes shaded under the brim of his hat, fixed on the two figures and the wagon 100 yards ahead. Miguel and Carlos Morales worked without looking up. They moved with a steady, defiant rhythm. Shovel bites deep into the crystalline crust, the scrape and crunch loud in the immense quiet. Burlap sacks filled were tied off and stacked in the wagon. They were halfway done. They had to have known he was coming. "Sheriff." Billy's voice was dry, a whisper of dust. "What's the play?" "The play is we do our job," Tucker said, but the words felt foreign in his mouth, rehearsed. He nudged his horse forward, Billy falling in beside him. They weren't alone. Tucker had seen the dust cloud to the south an hour ago. Now he could make them out, 4 riders sitting their horses on a low rise watching. Wade and his men. Howard hadn't trusted him to handle it. Or maybe he just wanted an audience. As they got closer, the shoveling stopped. Miguel drove his shovel into the salt crust and left it standing there, a challenge. Carlos leaned his own against the wagon wheel, his hand never straying far from the Winchester propped next to him. They turned together and waited. Tucker noticed the others then. Not a crowd, not yet. More like a gathering. Men on horseback, a few families in wagons scattered along the edge of the flats like buzzards waiting for something to die. They'd come to watch, to bear witness. Their faces were grim, unreadable. He pulled up 20 feet from the Morales wagon. "Miguel." "Carlos." He kept his voice even. "Official." His hands rested on his saddle horn, loose. "You know why I'm here." Miguel's face was unreadable, carved from hard, sun-baked earth. "We're harvesting salt, Sheriff. Same as our father did." "Your father's in my jail for it," Tucker said. "This is Howard's land now. The salt is his property. You're stealing." Carlos laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. "Stealing rain from a cloud. Stealing sunlight from the sky. Is that what your law book says?" "My law book says I have to take you in." Tucker looked from one brother to the other. Their rifles were within easy reach. Wade and his men were still on the ridge, watching. The whole world was watching. "Don't make this difficult." "We're not the ones making it difficult," Miguel said. His voice was quiet, but it carried in the still air. He took a step away from the wagon, toward Tucker. His hands were open at his sides. "You are. You, with your badge that serves a man with money instead of the people who pay your wages." "This isn't a debate," Tucker said. He swung down from his horse, the movement stiff. Billy dismounted too, his hand resting on the butt of his pistol, his eyes darting from the brothers to the silent audience on the ridge. "Put your hands up. Both of you." Tucker's voice was flat. "An order." Carlos's hand twitched toward his rifle. Miguel shot him a look, a sharp, quick command, and Carlos froze. Slowly, Miguel raised his hands to shoulder height. He stared at Tucker, his dark eyes burning with a cold fire. After a long moment, Carlos did the same, his face a mask of bitter fury. "Billy, get their rifles," Tucker said without taking his eyes off Miguel. Billy moved forward, cautious, his boots crunching on the salt. He secured the 2 Winchesters, carrying them back to his horse. The silent watchers hadn't moved. The air was thick with things unsaid, with a tension so heavy it felt like you could cut it with a knife. Tucker pulled out his manacles. The metal was hot from the sun. He walked toward Miguel. He felt every eye on him. The eyes of the town. The eyes of Howard's hired guns. The eyes of his own deputy. He reached for Miguel's wrist. The motion was lightning fast. Miguel's right hand, which had been raised, came down. Not a fist. Not a weapon. He spat, a thick glob of saliva and contempt that hit Tucker square on the cheek. It hung there for a second, before sliding down his face like a greasy tear. Tucker didn't flinch. He didn't move a muscle. He just stood there, the hot sun on his face, the wet shame on his skin. "You're nothing," Miguel hissed, his voice low and full of venom. "You're not a lawman. You're just Howard's lapdog. A dog who bites his own kind for a scrap from the master's table." The words hit Tucker harder than any fist could have. He could feel the blood rising in his face, a hot tide of fury and humiliation. But his face remained a mask. He holstered the manacles and drew his Colt, the sound of the hammer clicking back unnaturally loud. He didn't point it at Miguel's head. He pointed it at his heart. "Turn around," Tucker said, his voice a low growl he didn't recognize. "Put your hands behind your back. Now." For a second, he thought Miguel would refuse. He saw the defiance in the man's eyes, the willingness to die right there, on the salt his family had always called their own. Then he saw Carlos take a half-step forward, and Miguel's eyes flickered to his younger brother. The fire went out, replaced by a cold, hard resignation. Miguel turned around. Tucker cuffed him, the metal ratcheting tight. He did the same to Carlos, who offered no resistance, only a glare of pure hatred. He marched them to his horse, pushing them forward. He didn't wipe his cheek. He left the spit there to dry in the sun, a mark for everyone to see. As he led the brothers away, the small crowd of watchers parted, letting them through. No one spoke. No one moved to help. But their eyes followed him, filled with a silent, heavy judgment. He looked past them, up to the ridge. Wade and his men were still there, watching. One of them, the big man with the red beard, raised a hand in a lazy, mocking salute. Tucker mounted his horse. He looked down at Miguel, who stared back at him, his face unyielding. The words echoed in his head, louder than the crunch of the salt, louder than the wind. "Howard's lapdog." Chapter 11. He spat in his face. The question came from a man named Castillo, who sat on a crate mending a bridle in the shade of a livery stable 20 miles south of San Elizario. The rider who brought the news, a kid no older than 16 with dust caked in his eyebrows, nodded vigorously. Right on his cheek. Miguel did. Then the sheriff pulled his gun on him. An old man, smoking a corn husk cigarette in the shade, blew a stream of smoke. But he didn't shoot. No, abuelo. He just arrested them. Him and Carlos. Marched them back to town with the spit still on his face. Left it there for everyone to see. Castillo stopped his work. He looked at the old man, whose name was Flores, and who had fought with Cortina 30 years before. Flores took another slow drag from his cigarette, his eyes narrowed, looking at nothing. "A man who lets another man spit on him, and does not kill him, is either a saint or a coward," Flores said to the dust. "And Dan Tucker is no saint." "He is Howard's man," Castillo said. It wasn't an accusation. It was a verdict. The kid, eager to finish his story, leaned forward on his tired horse. Wade and his men were there. Watched the whole thing from a ridge. They say one of them saluted Tucker, like he was a good dog who'd done his trick. Flores crushed the cigarette under his boot heel. He didn't say anything for a long moment. He just stared down the dusty road that led north. Finally, he looked at Castillo. "My rifle is clean," he said. Castillo nodded. He put down the bridle he was mending. "It could wait. Mine too." The news didn't travel by wire. It moved faster. It moved with the speed of a horse pushed hard, a story told over a cookfire, a shared glance between men at a dusty crossroads. It was a spark landing on dry tinder. José Morales in jail. His sons taken too. A man spat in the sheriff's face. Howard's hired guns watched and laughed. The details changed with each telling, but the heart of it stayed the same. An outsider had come and used their own law, their own sheriff, to put a rope around their way of life. From Socorro, from Isleta, from small nameless ranchos tucked into the brown folds of the hills, men heard the news. They didn't hold meetings or take votes. A man would hear the story, and he would walk to his house, and he would come out with a rifle that had belonged to his father. He would check the ammunition he had, which was never enough. He would saddle his best horse, and he would tell his wife he was going to visit his cousin in San Elizario. She would look at the rifle and know he was lying, and she would pack him bread and dried meat and say a prayer. They came in ones and twos. They were not an army. They were vaqueros in worn leather chaps, farmers with sun-cracked hands, old men who remembered when the river ran wild, and the only law was the one you made yourself. They rode horses that were work animals, not war chargers. They carried pistols tucked in their sashes, and ancient heavy sharps rifles that could kill a buffalo or a man at 500 yards. They were quiet, and their faces were hard, and they all rode north. Dan Tucker heard them before he saw them. He stood in the doorway of his office, the jailhouse quiet and still behind him. The cells were full. Old man Morales in one, his 2 sons in the others. They hadn't said a word since he'd locked them in. They just sat and waited. First, it was the sound. A low, steady rhythm that wasn't the usual clop of a single rider or the rumble of a freight wagon. It was the sound of many horses moving at a walk. Then he saw them, coming in from the south road. 3 riders, then 5 more. They fanned out as they reached the edge of town, not speaking, just taking up positions. A man on the roof of the blacksmith's shop. 2 more in the alleyway across from the hotel where Howard was staying. Billy Morrison came to stand beside him. The boy's face was pale under his tan. "Sheriff." "Who are they?" "Neighbors," Tucker said. His eyes scanned the street. Rivera had closed and barred the door to his general store. The cantina, usually loud by this time of day, was silent. Every window was shuttered. The town had vanished, leaving its streets to the armed men who now occupied it. Come to visit. He watched a man he recognized, Castillo, dismount in front of the cantina. Castillo didn't tie his horse. He just dropped the reins and leaned against a porch post, a rifle cradled in his arms. He looked directly at the sheriff's office, his face impassive, and waited. By noon, there were 50. By late afternoon, closer to 100. They filled the street, a silent, grim tide of them. They controlled the town. No one came in or out without their permission. They didn't shout. They didn't make threats. They just were. A fact. A wall of men and horses and guns between Tucker's jail and the rest of the world. From the second-story window of the hotel, Charles Howard watched them gather. Wade stood beside him, a shotgun held loose in one hand. "You said the sheriff had this under control," Wade said. His voice was calm, but his knuckles were white where he gripped the gun. "He is a duly appointed officer of the law," Howard said, his own voice a little too high. He tugged at his collar. They wouldn't dare challenge his authority. Wade gave a short, humorless laugh. "Mister, those men down there don't give a damn about his authority. They ain't challenging it. They're ignoring it. There's a difference." He looked at Howard. "And we're in here with you." Chapter 12. Sweet Jesus. Where did they all come from? The voice belonged to Henderson, a deputy with 20 years of service and a face like a worn saddlebag. He stood at the back window of the jail, the one that looked out over the horse corrals and the desert beyond. At dawn, the 100 men from yesterday had become 500. They hadn't just come from the south anymore. They'd come from every direction, a silent converging flood that had filled every street, every alley, every patch of open ground in San Elizario. They sat their horses or stood in quiet, watchful groups, their rifles glinting in the first long rays of sun. Dan Tucker didn't answer. He was cleaning his Colt, a ritual of oil and cloth and the smooth metallic slide of well-machined parts. Billy Morrison sat at the desk, staring at the 16 shotgun shells Tucker had laid out the night before. The kid hadn't slept. His eyes were wide and dark in his pale face. The town's third deputy, a young man named Clark with more ambition than sense, paced the length of the office, his hand straying to the butt of his pistol every few seconds. The door to the back room creaked open. Charles Howard stepped out, his face the color of old paper. He'd traded his expensive suit for a simple shirt and trousers, as if dressing like a common man might save him from them. "What is that noise?" he asked, his voice thin. "That's the sound of 500 men who think you owe them something," Tucker said without looking up from his pistol. He snapped the cylinder shut. "And they've come to collect." Howard walked to the front window, peering cautiously through a crack in the wooden shutter. He pulled back as if burned. "This is insanity. This is insurrection. Sheriff, you must telegraph the Rangers in El Paso. You must demand military assistance." "Telegraph line runs through the general store," Henderson said from his post at the back window. "Rivera's locked his doors, and there's 10 men sitting on his porch who don't look like they're in the mood for conversation." "Then send a rider," Howard insisted, his voice cracking. "And how far you figure he'd get?" Tucker asked. He stood and holstered his pistol. "They've got the town sealed tighter than a drum." He walked to the gun rack. "Clark, Henderson. Let's count." For the next 10 minutes, the only sounds in the office were the clicks of metal and the low murmur of numbers. Tucker's 16 shotgun shells. 2 boxes of .44 40 cartridges for the 3 Winchesters on the rack. Another box and a half of .45 Colt for their pistols. 120 rounds for the rifles, Clark announced, his voice tight. Maybe 70 for the sidearms. Henderson ran a hand over his bald head. "Not nearly enough." "Enough for what?" Howard demanded. "Enough to make them angry when we run out," Tucker said. He looked at the meager piles of brass and lead on his desk. It wasn't a stockpile. It was a last statement. A new sound came from outside. A single voice calling his name. "Tucker. Sheriff Tucker." He went to the front window, Billy right behind him. A man on a big gray horse had ridden into the open space directly in front of the jail. He was older, maybe 60, with a thick white mustache and eyes that had seen more than their share of trouble. He wore a simple white shirt and dark trousers, but he sat his horse like a king on a throne. The crowd parted for him, then went silent. He held one hand up, palm open. A gesture of peace that carried the weight of an absolute threat. "Who is that?" Billy whispered. "Juan Nepomuceno Seguin," Tucker said. The name was a piece of history. A man who had fought for Texas independence at the Alamo, then been run out of the state he helped create. A legend. And a man who commanded the absolute loyalty of every Tejano, from San Antonio to the Rio Grande. "I will speak with the sheriff," Seguin called out, his voice clear and strong. He dismounted, handing his reins to a younger man. He walked toward the jail, alone, his hands empty at his sides. "Don't let him in," Howard hissed from the back of the room. "It's a trick." "Shut up, Howard," Tucker said. He unbarred the heavy oak door and stepped out onto the porch, letting the door close behind him. He stood with his arms crossed, his shotgun propped against the wall just inside the door, within easy reach. Seguin stopped at the bottom of the 3 wooden steps. He looked Tucker up and down, his gaze lingering for a second on the star pinned to his vest. "It has been a long time since I have seen a Texas lawman stand against his own people," Seguin said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. "These men are breaking the law," Tucker said. "What law is that, Sheriff?" "The law that says a man from the east can buy the rain and sell it back to the farmers. The law that says generations of history can be erased by a signature on a piece of paper. Seguin gestured to the silent men filling the street. These are not criminals. They are men defending their homes, their families, their dignity. They're an armed mob threatening a United States citizen and surrounding a duly appointed officer of the law. Seguin almost smiled. It was a sad, tired expression. Let us not speak of titles and papers. Let us speak of what is right. You have 3 men in your jail who have done no crime but to continue the work of their fathers. And you are protecting the man who would see them starve. I'm upholding my oath. Your oath is to the people of this county, Sheriff, not to one man's greed. Seguin's voice hardened. This is not a negotiation. These are my terms. Release the Morales family, the father and his sons, unharmed. And you will turn over the man, Howard. And if I don't? Seguin looked past Tucker at the jailhouse door. Then he looked at the 500 men waiting for his signal. Then these men will tear this building apart with their bare hands to get to him. And they will kill anyone who stands in their way. You, your deputies, anyone. He paused, letting the words sink in. Release the prisoners. Give us Howard. And you and your men can ride out of here with your lives. That is the only offer you will receive. Tucker stared at the old man, at the unwavering conviction in his eyes. He knew it wasn't a bluff. He looked out at the sea of faces, at the rifles and pistols, at the hard, patient anger. I'll consider it, Tucker said. You have until sunset, Seguin replied. He gave a sharp, formal nod, turned, and walked back to his horse. Tucker watched him go. He felt the sun on his face, the weight of his badge on his chest, the pressure of 500 rifles aimed at his soul. He turned and stepped back into the office, barring the door behind him. The 3 deputies and Howard stared at him, their faces a mixture of fear and hope and dread. Well? Howard demanded. Tucker didn't answer him. Chapter 13. The sun bled out of the sky, leaving a bruised purple stain on the western horizon. Darkness didn't fall on San Elizario. It rose up from the ground, thick and suffocating, filling the spaces between the silent men and their guns. Inside the jail, Henderson lit a single lantern. The flame threw long, dancing shadows that made the small office feel like a cave. They're settling in for the night, Clark said from his post at the front window, his voice a low murmur. They ain't going nowhere, Henderson replied from the back. The first shot came an hour after full dark. It wasn't the heavy boom of a rifle aimed to kill. It was the sharp, contemptuous crack of a pistol, followed by the tinkle of glass as the window pane in the office door shattered. Billy Morrison, who had been trying to peer through a side shutter, flinched back. Son of a... A second shot, this one from a different direction, punched a neat round hole in the adobe wall 6 inches above Tucker's head. Dust and plaster rained down on his shoulders. He didn't move. Stay away from the windows, he said, his voice flat. From the back room, Howard's voice came, thin and high. What's happening? Are they attacking? They're testing the cage, Tucker said, more to himself than to anyone else. He listened to the quiet that followed the shots. It was worse than the noise. It was a listening quiet. A waiting quiet. They sat in the hot, stagnant air, each man lost in his own thoughts. The only sounds were the buzz of a moth against the lantern glass and the soft, steady breathing of 5 men in a box. From the cells, there was nothing. The Morales men were waiting too. Another hour passed. Tucker had just started to think they'd settled for a war of nerves when the night exploded. It wasn't a single shot this time, but a rolling volley. A dozen rifles going off at once, the bullets thudding into the thick adobe walls like angry fists. Splinters flew from the doorframe. Another window shattered. Billy, forgetting the order in the sudden chaos, jumped to the side window, trying to get a look. "I can't see a damn thing." "Billy, get back," Tucker shouted. The word was still in his mouth when a single sharp crack sounded from directly across the street. It was different from the others. Closer. More personal. Billy made a sound, a short, sharp grunt, and stumbled back from the window. He looked down at his shoulder, a strange, confused expression on his face, as if he couldn't understand what had happened. Then his knees buckled. Clark caught him before he hit the floor. "He's hit. My God, he's hit." Tucker was there in a second, pushing Clark aside. "Get him on the desk. Henderson, tear up that flour sack. Clean strips." They laid Billy out on the scarred wooden desk, his face pale and slick with sweat in the lantern light. A dark, wet stain was spreading rapidly across the shoulder of his shirt. "It went clean through?" Henderson asked, his hands surprisingly steady as he cut away the fabric. Tucker probed the wound gently. Billy cried out, a thin pain sound. "No. It's in there." The hole was high on the left shoulder, messy. The bullet had tumbled. There was a lot of blood. "We have to get it out," Clark said, his voice shaking. "He'll get the fever if we don't." "You ever dug a bullet out of a man, Clark?" Tucker asked, his eyes never leaving the wound. "No, sir." "Then keep your mouth shut." Tucker looked at Henderson. "Whiskey. In my bottom drawer." While Henderson retrieved the bottle, Howard appeared in the doorway of the back room. He took one look at Billy, at the blood soaking into the paperwork on the desk, and his face went a shade of green. He didn't offer to help. He backed away, his eyes wide with a rat-like terror. He began to work, dragging Tucker's heavy oak desk away from the wall. The sound of it scraping across the floor was obscene in the tense quiet. He overturned it, creating a small, pathetic barricade in the corner of the office. Then he scrambled behind it, out of sight. Henderson came back with the whiskey. Tucker pulled the cork with his teeth and poured a generous amount onto the wound. Billy screamed, a raw, ragged sound that tore at the edges of the night, and then his head fell back and he was quiet. "Give him some to drink if he comes around," Tucker said. He took his knife from his belt, holding the blade in the lantern's flame until the steel glowed a dull red. He was probing for the bullet when Howard's voice came from behind the overturned desk. "Sheriff." The voice was a trembling whisper. "Sheriff, this has gone on long enough." Tucker didn't look up. He could feel the jagged edges of the lead slug against the tip of his knife. "It's been a long night, Howard." "There's no need for anyone else to get hurt," Howard went on, his voice gaining a desperate urgency. "This is a business matter. It can be resolved. With money." Henderson, who was holding Billy's good arm, shot a look of pure disgust toward the corner. "I have $500 in my valise," Howard said. "Another $500 I can get from the bank in El Paso. $1,000, Sheriff. For you. Just handle this situation. Give them what they want. Give them the prisoners. Do whatever it takes. Just end it." Tucker stopped his work. His hand, holding the bloody knife, was perfectly still. Billy let out a low moan. Outside, another sporadic shot echoed through the darkness. The moth kept beating its wings against the hot glass of the lantern. He could feel the eyes of his two deputies on him. He could feel Howard's desperate, bargaining stare from behind the desk. He could feel the weight of the whole long, bloody night settling on his shoulders. He didn't turn. He didn't speak. He didn't acknowledge Howard in any way at all. He just took a breath, steadied his hand, and went back to the grim, bloody work of saving his deputy's life. Chapter 14. My tongue feels like a piece of wood. The words came from Clark. He sat on the floor, his back against the wall, staring at the empty water bucket in the middle of the room. The sun of the second day was a physical presence, pressing through the barred windows, baking the air inside the jail, until it was thin and sharp in their lungs. The silence from outside was absolute now. They didn't need to shoot anymore. The heat and the thirst were doing their work for them. Dan Tucker didn't reply. He was kneeling beside Billy Morrison, who lay on a cot they'd dragged out from the back. The kid's face was flushed, his skin hot and dry to the touch. The fever had taken hold. Tucker had the last of the whiskey on a rag, dabbing at Billy's cracked lips. The boy's eyes were glassy, unfocused. He mumbled something about his mother's kitchen, about a cool drink from the well. The well, Henderson said, the idea blooming like a black flower in the stagnant air. He'd been a statue by the back door for the past hour. Now he moved, his joints creaking. There's a well out back. In the corral. You think they just forgot about it? Clark asked, his voice raspy. They're men, not devils, Henderson said, though he didn't sound convinced. Maybe they didn't think of it. He picked up the bucket. I'm gonna take a look. Tucker looked up from Billy's fevered face. Stay low. Use the back wall for cover. Henderson nodded. He unbarred the back door a crack and slipped out, the bucket handle clutched in his fist. For a full minute, the only sound was Billy's labored breathing. Clark had pushed himself up, trying to peer through the dirty back window. Henderson reappeared in the doorway. He wasn't hurrying. He moved with the slow, deliberate gait of a man who had just had his last hope kicked out from under him. He set the bucket down. It made a hollow, empty sound on the floorboards. Rope's cut, he said. He looked at Tucker. Cut clean through. Lying right there on the well cover. No one spoke. The news settled over the room, heavier than the heat. It wasn't an oversight. It was a message. A deliberate, patient cruelty. They weren't just being held here. They were being baked alive. From behind the overturned desk, a new sound began. A soft, rhythmic scraping. Charles Howard was running his tongue over his teeth, trying to summon a drop of moisture. This is barbaric, he rasped, his voice a dry whisper. They're animals. Tucker stood and walked to the cells. The three Morales men were sitting on their cots. José Morales, the old man, sat with his back straight, his hands resting on his knees. He looked tired, but his eyes were clear. His sons, Miguel and Carlos, watched Tucker approach. Their faces were grim, but there was no panic in their eyes. They had the desert in them. They knew how to endure. Their water ration, the same as the deputies', was gone. A tin cup sat overturned on the floor of each cell. They hadn't asked for more. You see. Howard's voice came again, louder this time, edged with a rising hysteria. You see what you're protecting me from? Savages. What kind of men deny water to their enemy? Miguel Morales stood up and walked to the bars of his cell. His lips were cracked, his face drawn tight over the bones, but his voice was steady. The kind of men whose families you would deny bread to, Mr. Howard. Howard scrambled out from behind his desk. His fine clothes were rumpled and stained with sweat. His face was a mess of fear and indignation. This is your fault, Sheriff, he said, pointing a trembling finger at Tucker. You heard their offer. Segan's offer. You could have ended this yesterday. My God, a man needs water. So does my deputy, Tucker said, his voice a low growl. He gestured with his head toward Billy. The fever's burning him up. Thirst will kill him before the bullet does. Precisely. Howard's eyes lit up with a fever of his own, the fever of self-preservation. It's a strategic decision. A tactical retreat. There is no dishonor in re-evaluating the terms of engagement when circumstances change. You want me to surrender, Tucker said. It wasn't a question. I want you to be reasonable. Howard's voice climbed higher. What is the point of this? To let that boy die. To let us all die of dehydration, so you can say you upheld your oath. An oath to what? To this building? To a piece of tin on your chest. He took a step closer. Tucker didn't move. It's your surrender they want, Howard. Not mine. Howard's face crumpled. The mask of the calculating businessman fell away, revealing the terrified, pleading child beneath. But you can't. You can't let them. It would be murder. You're the law. You have to protect me. I'm doing that. By killing us all. He spread his hands, appealing to Clark and Henderson. Is this what you want? To die for his pride? Clark looked away, down at the floor. Henderson just stared at Howard with cold, flat eyes. It doesn't have to be this way, Howard pressed, his voice becoming conspiratorial, wheedling. Think, man. You could be a hero. Walk out that door, tell them you've made a deal. Tell them you'll give them the prisoners. Hell, tell them you'll give them me. Just get us water. Get the boys some water. It would be a humanitarian act. You want me to hand you over, Tucker stated, his voice devoid of emotion. No. Not like that. As a bargaining chip. A temporary measure. A way to open negotiations. Howard licked his lips, a dry, fruitless gesture. His eyes darted around the room, looking for an angle and escape. Look, they would take you. They respect you. They would listen to you. If you went out there, if you offered to surrender yourself in exchange for safe passage for the rest of us, they might agree. You're the one they have the real quarrel with, anyway. You're the one who arrested their people. The room went dead silent. Even Billy's mumbling ceased. Henderson slowly straightened up from the wall, his hand resting on the butt of his holstered Colt. Tucker watched Howard, this man who had started a war over salt and money, now trying to trade another man's life for a drink of water. He saw the whole rotten affair laid bare in Howard's panicked, selfish eyes. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. The quiet words landed with more force than any shout. The next time you open your mouth, Howard, I will walk over there, and I will gag you with my own sock. Then I'll cuff you to the bars of that cell, next to the men who know how to face trouble without squealing like a pig in a slaughterhouse. Howard stared at him, his mouth opening and closing silently like a fish gasping for air. He looked at Henderson's hard face, at Clark's averted eyes. He saw no allies. He stumbled back, retreating to the flimsy safety of his overturned desk, and was quiet. Tucker walked back to the cot. He picked up the last canteen. It was nearly empty. Maybe a half-cup left. He unscrewed the cap, the metal scraping loudly. Clark and Henderson watched him, their own thirst a raw thing in their throats. He didn't lift it to his lips. He poured a small amount of the precious water onto the corner of the rag, soaking it. Then he knelt and began to gently wipe Billy's forehead, cleaning away the grime and sweat. A small, useless gesture against a coming death. An act of duty in a world where honor was dying of thirst. Chapter 15. He's coming back. The voice was Clark's, a dry rasp from the front window. Dan Tucker didn't look up from Billy's face. The boy was shivering now, a deep, bone-rattling tremor that had nothing to do with being cold. His skin was on fire. Each breath was a shallow, painful gasp. The thirst was killing him faster than the lead in his shoulder. Just him? Tucker asked. Just him, Clark confirmed. He's got a piece of a white shirt tied to his rifle barrel. Tucker laid the damp rag, now completely dry, across Billy's forehead. A useless gesture. He stood, his knees popping. The heat in the room was a solid thing. It felt like breathing in dust. He looked at Henderson, who was sitting slumped against the far wall, his eyes closed. The older deputy's face was sunken, his lips pale and cracked. Henderson opened his eyes. They were steady. He nodded once at Tucker. "Howard," Tucker said, his voice flat. From behind the overturned desk, a rustle. "Sheriff." The voice was a weak croak. "Stay put. Don't make a sound." Tucker didn't check his pistol. He knew it was loaded. He walked to the front door, the floorboards groaning under his weight. He slid the heavy bar aside and stepped out into the furnace of the late afternoon. The glare was like a physical blow. He squinted, his eyes watering. The 500 men were still there, a silent, heat-dazed army. But their attention was focused on the two men in the dusty space before the jail. Juan Nepomuceno Seguin stood 20 feet away, his rifle held high, the makeshift white flag fluttering limply in a hot breeze. He looked tired. The sun had taken its toll on everyone. He lowered the rifle and leaned it against his leg. "The sun is high, Sheriff," Seguin said. His voice was raspy with thirst, but it still carried the weight of command. "Your boy in there, he does not have much time." "He's my deputy," Tucker said. "He is a boy," Seguin corrected, his voice gentle. "Forced to die for a rich man's pride and a foolish man's oath." Tucker's hand twitched. He kept it away from his gun. "You've got something to say, Juan, say it." "I have come to say the same thing I said yesterday," Seguin said. "But today, I say it not as a demand, but as an offer of mercy. For the boy. For your other men. Even for you." Tucker waited. The silence stretched, filled only by the hum of insects and the distant mournful lowing of a cow. "The terms are the same," Seguin continued, spelling them out as if to a slow child. "You release the Morales family. You give us the man, Howard. In return, I will give you and your deputies your lives. I will send men with you to carry your wounded deputy. I will give you horses and a full day's supply of water to see you clear of this county." He paused, letting the words hang in the shimmering heat. The promise of water was a physical thing. Tucker could almost feel the cool liquid on his tongue. He saw Clark's face in his mind, the desperation in his eyes. He heard Billy's shallow, rattling breaths. "It is not a surrender, Sheriff. It is a trade," Seguin said, his voice softening. "A life for a life. The life of a worthless man who brought this suffering upon us all, traded for the lives of good men. Your men. There is no dishonor in such a choice. It is the only choice a thinking man could make." Tucker looked past Seguin, at the sea of hard faces watching him. He saw Castillo. He saw old Flores. He saw men he'd known his whole life, men he'd shared a drink with, men whose children he'd seen baptized. They weren't a mob. They were a jury. And they had already reached their verdict. His gaze drifted back to Seguin. The old man's eyes were full of a deep, profound weariness. He wasn't a bloodthirsty revolutionary. He was a patriarch, a leader of his people, doing what had to be done. He was offering Tucker a way out that left his body alive, even if it meant his soul would be damned. Tucker thought of his badge. The piece of tin Howard had sneered at. It felt heavy on his chest, heavier than lead, heavier than the heat. It was a symbol of an idea. The idea that the law was the law, for rich men and poor men, for the guilty and the innocent. The idea that a man in his custody, any man, was his responsibility. It was a stupid, stubborn, deadly idea. And it was all he had left. He looked at Billy, lying on the desk inside, dying for that idea. He looked at Henderson, a good man, willing to die for it beside him. He knew what he had to do. He had known since Seguin first made the offer. The choice had been made the day he'd pinned on the badge. He looked straight into Juan Seguin's eyes. "You know my answer," he said. His voice was a dry crackle, the sound of leaves skittering across hardpan. Seguin's shoulders sagged, a barely perceptible slump of disappointment. He had offered a bridge, and Tucker had refused to cross. "So be it," Seguin said. He did not look angry. He just looked sad. "The boy's blood is on your hands now, Sheriff. Not mine." Tucker didn't respond. There was nothing left to say. Seguin picked up his rifle, turned without another word, and walked back toward his horse. The white flag hung limp and defeated. Tucker stood on the porch for a long moment, watching him go. He felt the sun beat down on his head, the weight of his decision settling in his bones. He had chosen. He had given the only answer a sheriff could give. He had condemned them all. He turned, his movements stiff, and stepped back into the suffocating heat of the jail. He didn't look at Clark or Henderson. He walked past them, past the cells where the Morales men watched him with unreadable eyes. He walked to the desk where Billy lay shivering. He picked up the empty whiskey bottle. Without a word, he walked to the front door, which he had left slightly ajar. He put his boot against the bottom of it and kicked it shut. The heavy oak slammed into the frame with a sound of absolute finality. Then he slid the bar home, the thick wood grating into the iron brackets. The sound echoed in the hot, silent room like a shovel striking the lid of a coffin. Chapter 16. He's burning up. The words came from Henderson. He had taken Tucker's place by the cot, and his voice was a low, defeated rumble in the crushing silence that had followed the slamming of the door bar. Tucker didn't answer. He turned his back on the office, on the accusing eyes of his living deputies and the dying one, and walked into the jail's back room. The room was small, little more than a closet for storing old records and confiscated property. It smelled of mice and dry rot. A single small window, crisscrossed with iron bars, was set high in the back wall. It offered no breeze, only a square of pale, unforgiving sky. He went to it, resting his forehead against the hot adobe wall next to the opening. He needed to be alone. Alone with the choice he had made. The choice that echoed in the scrape of Henderson's boot on the floor, in the ragged sound of Clark's breathing, in the terrible fevered silence from the cot. He had chosen the law. The law was a silent, empty room that was slowly baking him alive. He looked out the window. The sky was a vast, empty canvas of heat-bleached blue. But it wasn't empty. High up, almost too high to see, 3 black specks circled. Then a 4th joined them. Vultures. They knew. They had more patience than Seguin. They would wait for the sun and the thirst to do their work. They were nature's law, and theirs was the only one that mattered out here in the end. He thought of his oath. He'd sworn it in El Paso, his hand on a Bible, a judge droning on about duty and honor. It had seemed simple then. A clear line between right and wrong. Now the line was gone, erased by the glare from the salt flats. What was his duty now? To protect the life of Charles Howard, a man who had tried to bargain with Tucker's own life for a drink of water. To uphold a property law that was starving the very people he was sworn to protect. His duty was killing a good kid. A boy who had signed on to be a lawman because he believed in things like fairness and justice. Now he was dying on a dirty cot, his lips cracking, because Tucker believed in a word. Oath. The word felt like a stone in his dry mouth. The door to the back room creaked open. Henderson stood there, a silhouette against the lantern light of the office. "There's nothing back here," the older deputy said. His voice was flat. Not an accusation, just a statement of fact. "I know," Tucker said, not turning from the window. "The Morales boy. Miguel. He said we can have his water." Tucker turned then. "What?" "They saved some. The 3 of them. Kept a little back in one of the canteens. Said it's for the boy." Tucker stared at Henderson. He thought of the 3 men in the cells, locked up, their own thirst a torment, offering their last drops of water to the deputy of the man who had jailed them. The gesture was so far beyond the petty lines of law and duty that it broke something loose inside him. "Tell him." "Thank you," Tucker said, the words feeling small and useless. Henderson nodded and disappeared, closing the door softly. Tucker was alone again, but the room felt different. The silence was heavier. The choice he had made was no longer a matter of pride or an oath. It was a matter of shame. He stayed there for another hour, watching the sky darken, watching the vultures disappear into the twilight. He didn't think. He just stood, feeling the heat leach out of the adobe walls, feeling the life leach out of his men. Then the screaming started. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was a scream of pure, fevered terror. "Billy!" Tucker was in the office in 2 strides. Billy was sitting bolt upright on the cot, his eyes wide and staring at something none of them could see. Clark was trying to hold him down, but the boy was fighting with a wiry, unnatural strength. "Get it off me!" Billy shrieked, his voice a high, shredded thing. "The salt. It's in my mouth. I'm drowning in it." He clawed at his own face, his throat. "Billy, it's all right, son," Henderson said, his voice a low, soothing rumble that did nothing to soothe. "No." Billy's wild eyes fixed on Tucker. The recognition wasn't there. He was looking at someone else. "Pa. Is that you, Pa?" Tucker froze. "Pa, why'd you let him?" Billy sobbed, tears cutting clean tracks through the grime on his face. "The man from the bank, he took the well. He said the paper was more important than the water. He said it was the law." The boy's body convulsed, a violent shiver. He stared straight through Tucker, his gaze fixed on a memory. "You just stood there, Pa. You just stood there and let him. You said it was your duty to be honorable." The room was dead silent, except for Billy's ragged, desperate breaths. He was hallucinating. The fever was making him relive some childhood trauma, some piece of his past. But the words, random and mad, struck Tucker with the force of a physical blow. Billy's head fell back onto the cot, but his eyes stayed locked on Tucker. A look of profound, heartbreaking betrayal filled them. "It's not honorable to watch your son die of thirst, Pa," he whispered. The decision made itself. It wasn't a thought. It wasn't a weighing of options. It was a dam breaking. The rigid wall of duty, of law, of his oath, shattered into 1,000 pieces. The law didn't matter. The badge didn't matter. Howard didn't matter. All that mattered was the boy on the cot, and the 2 good men waiting to die beside him. All that mattered was the water the prisoners had offered. Tucker's face was a stone mask. He turned away from the cot. He walked past Henderson and Clark, who watched him with hollow, questioning eyes. He walked past the cells where Miguel Morales stood watching him through the bars, a silent witness. He didn't stop until he reached the front door. His hands found the heavy wooden bar he had slammed home hours before, sealing their tomb. He wrapped his fingers around the coarse, splintery wood. It felt impossibly heavy. He took a breath, his lungs burning in the hot, dead air. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he lifted the bar from its iron brackets. Chapter 17. The heavy bar thudded against the floorboards. The sound was final and ending. Henderson pushed himself off the wall, his face a question. Clark, by the cot, turned and stared, his eyes wide in his gaunt face. Dan Tucker didn't look at them. He walked past the cells to the key hook by his desk and took down the heavy iron ring. The jingle of the keys was the only sound. From behind the overturned desk, Howard's head appeared, his hair wild, his eyes alight with a desperate, misplaced hope. "Are they leaving?" he whispered. "Did you make a deal?" Tucker walked toward him. "Get up, Howard." "What is it? What's happening?" Howard scrambled to his feet, trying to brush the dust from his fine trousers. "I made a deal," Tucker said. He stopped in front of the makeshift barricade. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. "You're it." Howard's face went slack. The hope drained out of it, leaving only a puddle of pure, bottomless terror. "No. No, you wouldn't. You can't. You're the law. You swore." "The law is a boy dying on a desk for a piece of paper you bought," Tucker said. He reached over the desk and grabbed a fistful of Howard's shirt. He hauled him over the top, the man's expensive boots scraping against the wood. Howard stumbled, landing on his knees. "Please," Howard gasped, looking up at him, his face a mess of sweat and grime. "Tucker, for the love of God. I have money. In El Paso. $1,000. 5,000. Tucker looked down at him, his face a mask. He felt nothing. Not pity, not anger. Just a vast, hollow emptiness. "Your money's no good here." He turned and walked to the cells, Howard scrambling to his feet to follow, stumbling after him like a dog. "Wait. Listen to me. This is murder. You'll be an accessory. They'll hang you for this." Tucker ignored him. He found the key for the first cell and slid it into the lock. The tumblers rowed with a rusty complaint. He swung the door open. Old man Morales sat on his cot, watching him with eyes that had seen everything. Tucker moved to the next cell. Miguel stood waiting at the bars. As the door swung open, he didn't move. He just looked at Tucker, then at Howard, who was babbling promises of revenge and retribution to the empty air. "This is not justice," Miguel said, his voice low. "No," Tucker agreed. He met the man's gaze. "It's a trade." He unlocked the last cell. Carlos pushed past him without a word, his eyes burning with a hatred that had moved beyond simple anger into something cold and permanent. The three Morales men were free. They stood in the middle of the office, their presence shifting the balance of the room completely. Tucker turned back to Howard. He didn't draw his gun. He just took Howard's arm. The man flinched as if he'd been struck. "No, please, listen," Howard whimpered, trying to pull away. "We can reason with them. Seguin is an honorable man. We can make a new offer." Tucker began to propel him toward the front door. Howard dug his heels in, his body going limp. "I'll give it all back. The Salt Lakes, the deeds. It's yours. Just don't let them take me." "It was never yours to give," José Morales said from behind him. Tucker didn't look back. He half dragged, half pushed the dead weight of Charles Howard to the door. Clark and Henderson watched, their faces grim, saying nothing. They were witnesses to a hanging, and the rope was their sheriff's broken oath. At the door, Howard found a last reserve of strength. He twisted, grabbing the doorframe, his knuckles white. "Tucker, think of your name. Think of your honor. They'll call you a coward. A traitor." "They're already calling me that," Tucker said. He pried Howard's fingers loose, one by one. "It doesn't matter what they call you when you're dead." He pulled the door open. The sound hit them first. Not a shout, but a low animal roar. The collective voice of 500 thirsty, angry men, seeing the cage finally open. The fading twilight seemed to focus on the doorway, turning it into a stage. The air was thick with the smell of horse sweat, wood smoke, and a raw, palpable hatred. Tucker pushed Howard out onto the porch. The man stumbled into the open, his eyes wild. He saw the sea of faces, the rifles, the wall of bodies blocking any escape. A high, thin shriek tore from his throat. Tucker stepped out beside him. He let go of Howard's shirt and slowly, deliberately raised both of his hands into the air. Empty. A universal sign. "I'm done." The roar of the crowd swelled. Howard, seeing his last protector surrender, completely broke. He fell to his knees on the porch boards. "Money?" he screamed at the faces in the crowd. "I'll pay you. I'll pay all of you. The deeds to the salt. I'll sign them over. Right now." No one moved. No one spoke. They just watched. Tucker didn't look at Howard. He couldn't. He found Seguin, who sat on his horse in the front rank of the crowd. Their eyes met across the dusty space. Tucker gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. The final payment. Seguin returned the nod. He didn't have to give an order. It happened all at once. The front rank of the crowd surged forward. It wasn't a charge, it was an engulfing wave. Hands reached for Howard. Dozens of them. They grabbed his arms, his legs, his hair. He was lifted from his knees, his body thrashing. "Tucker," he screamed, his head snapping back, his eyes finding the sheriff one last time. "Judas." Then he was gone. Pulled down the steps, disappearing into the press of bodies. The wave of men swallowed him whole. His screams were loud, then muffled, then gone, lost in the deafening triumphant roar of the mob. Tucker stood on the porch, his hands still raised. He didn't watch what they were doing to Howard. He forced himself to look at the sky, at the first pale stars appearing in the deepening twilight. He would carry the sound forever. He knew that. It was the price. The roar subsided, replaced by a low, excited murmur. The wave of men receded, dragging its prize with it into the darkness down the street. Tucker slowly lowered his hands. He felt 100 years old. He felt like an empty shell. He had done it. He had traded one life for 3. For water. For Billy. A figure detached from the crowd. A woman, carrying a heavy clay olla. She walked with a steady, determined grace through the parting men. José Morales. She didn't stop until she was at the bottom of the steps. She looked up at him, her face unreadable in the gloom. There was no gratitude in her eyes. No condemnation. Just a deep, sorrowful understanding. She held up the water jug. "For your deputy," she said. Tucker looked at the water, then back into the dark jail where his boy was burning. He walked down the steps, his legs stiff, and took the heavy jug from her hands. The clay was cool against his skin. Life. He had sold his soul for it. Chapter 18. Give it to Henderson. Tucker's voice was a croak. He pushed the heavy water jug into Clark's hands, not looking at him. "For the boy. Make him drink." Clark, his face a mask of awe and relief, nodded dumbly and stumbled back into the jail. Tucker didn't follow. He stood alone in the dusty street, the smells of the crowd, sweat, dust, a coppery tang of bloodlust clinging to him. Down the street, in the growing darkness, the low murmur had been replaced by a series of short, sharp, guttural sounds. The sounds of a wolf pack tearing at a kill. He had to watch. It wasn't a choice. It was a penance. The final clause in the contract he had signed when he lifted the bar from the door. You don't get to deliver a man to his death, and then have the decency to look away. You watch him get torn apart. You learn the faces of the men who do the tearing. You carry the image. That was the price. He started walking. Toward the sound. Toward the large cottonwood tree that stood in the small, dusty plaza in front of the church. The crowd saw him coming. They parted for him, a slow, grudging separation. He was not one of them, but he was no longer the law either. He was something else now. The man who had judged. The man who had condemned. Judas. He saw the recognition in their eyes. Some looked at him with a kind of fearful respect. Others with pure, undisguised contempt. He met none of their gazes. His eyes were fixed on the knot of men at the center of the plaza. They had thrown a rope over a thick lower branch of the cottonwood. It wasn't a proper noose. It was a crude loop, tied by angry, fumbling hands. They weren't trying to hang a man, they were trying to break a thing. Howard was on the ground. His fine shirt was in tatters, his face a bloody smear. But he was still alive. Still fighting. A high, keening animal sound came from his throat as he thrashed. A man Tucker recognized, Castillo, from one of the southern ranchos, kicked him hard in the ribs. The sound was a wet thud. Howard's scream dissolved into a gurgle. Tucker kept walking until he was at the edge of the inner circle. He stopped and he watched. He made himself see everything. He saw Carlos Morales, his face a mask of pure, ecstatic fury, holding the other end of the rope. He saw two other men trying to get the loop over Howard's head, their hands slick with blood. Howard bucked and twisted, a worm on a hook. No one was in charge. It was a chaotic, brutal free-for-all. Men spat on him. A man with a knife slashed at his leg, and Howard shrieked again. It was street justice. The ugliest kind. Swift, personal, and without a trace of mercy. Tucker forced his eyes to move. He scanned the crowd, cataloging the faces. He saw Rivera, the store owner, standing half-hidden behind a wagon, his face pale and sick. He saw Father Martinez near the church doors, his hands steepled in front of his face, praying or just hiding the sight. He was a witness, too. And he saw Seguin. The old man sat on his horse just outside the main crowd, a silent, grim statue. He wasn't participating. He wasn't inciting. He was simply allowing. His face was impassive, but Tucker could see the deep weariness in his eyes. This was the messy, bloody business of revolution. The necessary evil. The men at the tree finally got the rope over Howard's head. They pulled it tight around his neck. Carlos Morales shouted something in Spanish, a raw cry of vengeance for his father. He and 3 other men grabbed the rope. They started to haul. Howard didn't rise gracefully. He was dragged through the dust, his body scraping over rocks and debris, choking, his hands clawing at the rope around his neck. They pulled him up, foot by struggling foot. His body convulsed. His legs kicked wildly, finding no purchase. He was a marionette in a puppet show run by madmen. They got him 5 feet off the ground, then 6. He spun slowly, a grotesque pendulum. His eyes, bulging and wild, found Tucker in the crowd. There was no hatred in them now. No accusation. Only a final, uncomprehending terror. Then the branch cracked. It didn't break. It just sagged, a loud splitting sound that cut through the noise of the mob. Howard dropped 3 feet, his neck not snapping but stretching with an audible grisly pop. His body gave one last, violent shudder and then went limp. He hung there, swaying slightly in the breeze that had begun to stir the dust of the plaza. A broken thing. The crowd went silent. The fury was spent. The energy that had bound them together was gone, leaving a vacuum. Men looked at the thing hanging from the tree, then at their own hands. Some turned away quickly. Others stared, their faces suddenly slack with a kind of awful discovery. The frenzy was over, and now they had to live with what they had done. Tucker stood there for a full minute, burning the image into his memory. The dangling body. The sagging branch. The faces in the crowd, now illuminated by the first torches being lit against the darkness. This was his work. This was the consequence of his choice. He turned away. He didn't look at the body again. His eyes found Seguin. The old man was still on his horse, watching him. For a long moment, they just looked at each other across the plaza, 2 men at opposite ends of the same dirty act. Seguin didn't smile. He didn't speak. He just raised his chin and gave a single, slow nod. It wasn't approval. It wasn't forgiveness. It was an acknowledgement. A gesture between 2 men who understood necessity, who knew that sometimes, to save your people, You had to sacrifice a piece of your own soul. Tucker gave no sign in return. He turned his back on the old man, on the hanging body, on the silent, watching crowd. He started walking, his step steady, his face a mask of stone. He walked away from the plaza, back toward the darkened jail, his boots kicking up small puffs of dust in the torchlight. He didn't know if Billy was alive or dead. He only knew that he had to keep walking, to face the next debt, carrying the weight of the one he had just paid. Chapter 19. He's cooler. Henderson's voice was a low rasp of surprise. He pulled the damp cloth from Billy Morrison's forehead, his movements slow and careful. The water Esperanza had brought had worked a small, desperate miracle. The boy's breathing was still shallow, his skin still hot to the touch, but the violent, fevered shivering had stopped. He was alive. For now. Tucker stood over the desk where he had laid out their remaining supplies, 2 rifles, 3 pistols, what was left of the ammunition, and 3 canteens now full. It wasn't enough to fight a war, but it might be enough to survive a retreat. "We can't stay here," Clark said. He was looking at the shattered front window, at the street outside where the crowd had thinned but not dispersed. They were watching, waiting to see what the broken lawman would do next. "This town, it's not ours anymore." Tucker didn't answer. He walked to the wall where his shotgun was propped. He picked it up, broke it open, and slid the 2 shells from the chambers. He placed the shells on the desk with the others and put the shotgun back on the rack. A tool for a job he no longer had. He unpinned the circle of tin from his vest. The star felt heavier than it ever had before. He looked at it for a moment in the palm of his hand, the dents and scratches, the dull shine of cheap metal. It was a promise he had broken. Or maybe it was a promise that had broken him. He laid it on the center of his desk, face down. Henderson watched him. The old deputy didn't speak, but he understood. He unpinned his own badge, the metal worn smooth from years of polishing, and placed it next to Tucker's. Clark, his movements stiff and jerky, did the same. 3 stars lying dead on the scarred wood. "We'll need something to carry him," Tucker said. They worked in silence. They tore 2 blankets into strips and used them to lash the jailhouse door, ripped from its hinges, to 2 long-barreled rifles, creating a crude travois. They laid Billy on it gently. He moaned, his eyelids fluttering, but he didn't wake. When it was done, they stood ready to go. 3 men, no longer lawmen, with a wounded boy and the ghosts of their oaths. Tucker looked at Henderson, then at Clark. "I got you into this," Tucker said. His voice was hollow. "You don't have to follow me out." Henderson picked up the front end of the travois. "Ain't nowhere else to go." Clark took the back. "Let's get it done." Tucker picked up the water jug and a rifle and pushed open the front door. The crowd was still there, a loose gathering of 100 or so men. They parted as the 3 men emerged carrying their burden. The men's faces were hard in the torchlight, their eyes holding a mixture of contempt and a grudging, wary respect. They were letting them leave. The price had been paid. They walked past the plaza. The cottonwood tree was just a dark shape against the stars now, but Tucker could feel its presence. Howard's body was gone. Cut down. The street justice was finished. They passed the church. Father Martinez stood on the steps, his black cassock a deeper shadow in the darkness. He held a lantern, and in its small circle of light, Tucker could see the deep sorrow in the priest's face. Martinez made the sign of the cross as they passed. It wasn't a blessing. It was a final prayer for the damned. Seguin was there too, still on his horse at the edge of town, watching them leave. He was flanked by the Morales brothers. Carlos's face was a mask of cold triumph. But Miguel looked at the boy on the travois, and for a second Tucker saw something flicker in his eyes. Regret. Pity. It was gone before he could be sure. Then they were clear of the town, walking east into the vast open darkness of the desert. The only sounds were the scrape of the travois poles on the hard ground and the ragged breathing of the men carrying it. They walked for an hour. Then another. The moon rose, a pale chipped coin that gave no comfort, only illuminated the endless hostile landscape. The town of San Elizario was just a faint smudge of light behind them, then it was gone. They were about 2 miles out when Henderson stumbled. Need to rest. They lowered the travois gently. Tucker knelt beside Billy, placing a hand on his forehead. The fever was back. Stronger this time. His skin was dry as paper. Water, Tucker rasped. He uncorked a canteen and tried to dribble some between Billy's cracked lips. The boy swallowed once, a faint rattling sound in his throat. His eyes opened. They weren't wild anymore. They were clear. He looked at Tucker. "Sheriff," he whispered. "I'm here, son," Tucker said, his throat tight. A small, confused frown creased Billy's brow. We get him." "Yeah, Billy," Tucker said. "We got him." A faint smile touched the boy's lips. "Good." His eyes drifted past Tucker, up to the indifferent stars. His chest rose, fell, and then was still. The quiet that followed was absolute. Henderson let out a long, shuddering breath. Clark made a choked, sobbing sound and turned away. Tucker stayed kneeling there for a long time, his hand resting on the boy's chest, feeling for a beat that wasn't there. The desert was silent. The crickets had stopped. The world had stopped. He stood up. He looked at the hard, unforgiving ground, littered with scrub and rock. "We're not leaving him for the coyotes," he said. He took the shovel they had lashed to the side of the travois. He found a piece of ground that was slightly softer in the shallow basin of a dry wash. He drove the blade of the shovel into the earth. It bit in an inch, then stopped with a hard metallic scrape against the caliche rock a layer beneath. He pulled it out and struck again. And again. The sound was a lonely, rhythmic punishment. Scrape. Thud. Scrape. Thud. Henderson and Clark watched him in silence. They didn't offer to help. They knew this was his work. His to do alone. Tucker dug with a steady, mechanical fury, his shoulders and back screaming in protest. Sweat poured down his face, dripping from his chin, leaving dark spots in the dust. He didn't stop to rest. He just kept digging, his breath coming in harsh, ragged gasps, the sound of a man trying to bury his own soul, one shovelful at a time. Chapter 20. And the citizen, Howard. What was his disposition when you last saw him? The man asking the question was Captain Wallace of the Texas Rangers. He was a man who looked like he'd been carved from West Texas mesquite, all hard lines and leathery skin. But his hands were soft and clean, and his office smelled of expensive cigars and furniture polish. He hadn't been in a real fight in 20 years. Dan Tucker sat in a straight-back chair across the wide, polished desk. He'd been given a razor and a clean shirt. He'd used the razor, but the shirt felt like a costume. He looked at the report Wallace had been writing, the man's pen scratching out a clean, official version of the story. "He was alive," Tucker said. Wallace stopped writing. He looked up, his pale eyes searching Tucker's face. Alive. Was he under duress? He was under the impression he was about to be killed by 500 men, Tucker said. I'd call that duress. But you did not witness his death. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. A line being drawn on a map. No, sir. I did not. Wallace nodded, satisfied. He went back to his writing. The office was quiet, except for the scratch of the pen and the distant sounds of El Paso, a steam whistle, the rattle of a freight wagon on cobblestones. Tucker looked at the framed map of Texas on the wall. San Elizario was just a speck of ink near the river. A place you could cover with your thumb. He had walked into town 2 days ago with Henderson and Clark. They hadn't spoken a word the whole way. The story had arrived before they did. The telegraph wire, silent for them, had been humming for everyone else. "The report from Socorro states you surrendered your prisoners," Wallace said, not looking up. "I released them. An armed mob had surrounded your position. You were without water. Deputy Morrison had sustained a life-threatening injury. Your actions were taken to preserve the lives of your remaining men." Again, a statement, not a question. That's one way to put it. Wallace finally put his pen down. He leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking in protest. He steepled his clean, soft fingers. "There are other ways, Tucker. The Herald is having a field day with them." He pushed a folded newspaper across the desk. The headline was black and angry: "Lawman flees, mob lynches prominent investor." Tucker didn't touch it. He'd already seen it. He'd seen the smirks on the faces of the Rangers in the hall when he'd walked in. "They're calling you a coward," Wallace said, his voice neutral. "Say you handed over a citizen to be murdered in exchange for your own skin. Howard had friends, you know. Men with money. They're the ones paying for that ink." He pushed another newspaper across the desk. The El Paso Times. The headline was smaller, the tone more measured: "Sheriff prevents massacre in San Elizario siege." "This one calls you a pragmatist. Says you made a hard choice in an impossible situation. Saved the county from a bloodbath." He watched Tucker's face. "So which is it, Dan? Are you a coward or a pragmatist?" Tucker thought of Billy's grave, a pile of rocks 2 miles outside of a town that hated him. He thought of the sound the branch made when it cracked. He thought of the look in Segan's eyes. "I'm tired," he said. Wallace sighed. It was the sound of a man who had to solve a political problem before lunch. "The governor's office has been wiring every hour. They want a report. They want to know what the Texas Rangers are going to do about this insurrection." He leaned forward. "The story I'm writing says you were a hero. You held out for 2 days against impossible odds. You stared down 500 men to protect your prisoners. When your deputy was shot and your well ran dry, you negotiated a peaceful withdrawal to save your men's lives. It was a tactical retreat. In the confusion, the citizen Howard was unfortunately overcome by the mob." He let the words hang in the air. It was a good story. Clean. It had heroes and villains, and an unfortunate tragedy at the end. It was a story a man could sign his name to. It was a complete and utter lie. "And Deputy Morrison?" Tucker asked, his voice quiet. "Died a hero, defending his post." Wallace picked up his pen. "His family will receive a full commendation and a pension." Tucker looked down at his own hands. They were scraped raw from digging the grave. He could still feel the shock of the shovel hitting the hard caliche rock. There was no pension for that. "The men in San Elizario," Tucker said. "Seguin. The Morales brothers. What happens to them?" Wallace made a non-committal gesture. "A detachment is being sent to restore order. There will be an investigation. Warrants will be issued. Justice will be served." Tucker knew what that meant. A few men would be arrested. Men with no names and no land. They'd be made an example of. Seguin would be gone, back across the river. The Morales family would be respected leaders of a rebellion, untouchable. The law would make a lot of noise and change nothing. The salt would still be there. White and pure and free. "I see," Tucker said. He stood up. "Sit down, Dan," Wallace said, his voice losing its official tone for the first time. "We're not done." "I think we are. This isn't over. The Herald isn't going to let it go. Howard's partners are demanding a grand jury. They want your badge. Wallace looked at him, and for a second Tucker saw a flicker of something like sympathy in his eyes. I can protect you. I can send you up to the Panhandle. Let you run a quiet office for a year or two until this blows over. Tucker walked to the window. He looked down at the street. He saw men in suits and ladies with parasols. He saw a newsboy hawking the afternoon edition, shouting his name. It was another world. A world of rules and laws written on paper. A world that had no idea what happened when those rules blew away in the desert wind. He couldn't live in it anymore. I appreciate the offer, Captain, Tucker said, turning from the window. He unbuckled his gun belt and laid it on the polished desk. The heavy Colt settled next to the neat piles of paper. The leather was worn, the brass buckle tarnished. It looked out of place in the clean, orderly office. Wallace stared at the gun belt, then back at Tucker. The sympathy was gone. His face was hard again. You walk out that door, you're on your own. You'll be a private citizen. The Rangers won't be able to protect you from a grand jury. Or from Howard's friends. I know. He turned and walked out of the office, closing the door quietly behind him. He walked down the hall, past the curious, staring faces of the other Rangers. He didn't meet their eyes. He walked out into the bright, hot El Paso sun, a man with no badge, no gun, and no name worth a damn. He stopped at a saloon on a side street, a place with dark windows and a name he couldn't read. The air inside was cool, and smelled of stale beer and loneliness. He took a table in the back corner, away from the light. The bartender came over. What'll it be, mister? Tucker looked at the rows of bottles behind the bar. He didn't want one drink. He wanted all of them. A bottle, he said. Whiskey. And a glass. The bartender brought it over. A cheap unlabeled bottle, still half full. Tucker paid the man and waited for him to leave. He sat there for a long time, just looking at the amber liquid. He saw Billy's face in it. He saw Howard dangling from the tree. He saw his own reflection, a hollow-eyed stranger. He picked up the bottle, broke the seal, and poured. Chapter 21. We were told we could find Dan Tucker here. The voice was dry, like old paper. It cut through the thick, sour air of the saloon, a place where no one used names. The bartender, a man with a stained apron and one milky eye, didn't look up from wiping a glass. Never heard of him. Dan Tucker heard him just fine. He was in his usual chair in the back corner, the one where the shadows were deepest. He had a bottle in front of him, 3/4 empty. It was his third of the day. Or maybe his fourth. The days had a way of blurring together, a long brown smear of whiskey and regret. 3 months of it. A shadow fell over his table. The man from the bar stood there. He was small and wore a dark, expensive suit that was collecting dust just by standing in the room. He had the clean, soft hands of a man who moved money, not dirt. Mr. Tucker, the man said. My name is Ames. I represent the interests of the El Paso Salt Company. Tucker looked up. He focused his eyes, which felt like aiming 2 wet stones. Howard's company. Formerly Mr. Howard's, Ames corrected. He was our primary investor. His untimely demise has created a significant financial and legal vacuum. He gestured to the empty chair across the table. May I? Tucker didn't answer, so Ames sat. He placed a leather portfolio on the sticky table, keeping his cuffs from touching the wood. We've been following the situation, Ames said. The grand jury investigation has stalled, as we predicted. Captain Wallace's official report is a masterpiece of obfuscation. No one has been held accountable. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. My employers find this unacceptable. Tucker poured another drink. His hand shook, spilling a little whiskey on the table. He ignored it. That's a shame. Indeed. Ames opened his portfolio. He didn't pull out legal documents. He pulled out a list. A single sheet of paper with 2 columns of names. We have compiled a list of the men primarily responsible for the events in San Elizario. The ringleaders. The men who participated most enthusiastically in the lynching of our associate. Tucker stared at the list. He didn't need to read the names. He knew them. He'd burned them into his memory that night in the plaza. "What do you want from me?" Tucker asked, his voice a gravelly ruin. "A statement? Testimony? I already gave it. They buried it." "We're past testimony, Mr. Tucker," Ames said, a faint cold smile touching his lips. "My employers are practical men. They understand that certain situations fall outside the purview of the law, as it is currently administered in this territory." He pushed the list across the table. "They want a reckoning, and they are willing to pay for it." Tucker looked at the names. Seguin, Juan Nepomuceno. Morales, Miguel. Morales, Carlos. Castillo, Luis. There were 20 names in all. A death warrant, disguised as an accounting ledger. "Why me?" "Because you were there," Ames said simply. "Because you know the faces. And because, if you'll forgive my saying so, you no longer have a reputation to protect." He paused. "And because we believe your motivations may align with our own. You lost a deputy. You lost your career. A man in your position must feel a certain desire for balance." Tucker thought of Billy. He thought of the shovel scraping against the rock. He thought of his badge lying face down on his desk. Balance. It was a clean, neat word for what he felt. What he felt was a jagged hole, and he wanted to pull everyone who had helped dig it down into it with him. He pushed the list back to Ames. "I don't work for free." Ames's smile widened. "We would not expect you to. We are prepared to offer $5,000. Half now for expenses. Half upon completion of the project." He slid a thick envelope from his portfolio. "And an additional $200 per name. A bonus, you might say." Tucker looked at the envelope. It was more money than he'd ever seen. Enough to stay drunk for the rest of his life. Or enough to buy guns. And men. "The law," Tucker started, the word tasting like rust. "The law has failed," Ames finished for him. "This is not about the law, Mr. Tucker. This is about restoring order. This is about sending a message that private enterprise cannot be interfered with. This is business." Tucker was silent for a long time. The whiskey haze in his mind was beginning to burn away, replaced by something else. Something cold and clear and sharp. A purpose. He wasn't a lawman anymore. He wasn't a hero or a coward or a pragmatist. He was just a man with a list of names. He pulled the envelope toward him. He didn't open it. He picked up the list of names. "I'll need men," he said. "We assumed as much," Ames said. "The funds are for you to use at your discretion." He stood up, smoothing his suit jacket. "We will require no reports until the work is done. We are not interested in the methods. Only the results." Ames gave a curt nod and walked away, leaving the envelope and the list on the table. He disappeared through the swinging doors, a ghost of the civilized world that had abandoned Tucker to the dark. Tucker sat with the money and the names. He finished his drink in one long pull, the whiskey burning a clean path down his throat. He stood up, the chair scraping back. He felt steady on his feet for the first time in 3 months. He knew where to find the kind of men he needed. Not in the ranger barracks. He found the first one that night, in a gambling den near the river, a place thick with cigar smoke and desperation. The man's name was Pierce. He was a former buffalo hunter with dead eyes and a long-barreled Sharps rifle he kept wrapped in oilcloth. "What's the job?" Pierce asked, not taking his eyes from his cards. "Hunting," Tucker said. "The two-legged kind." He laid a stack of $20 gold pieces on the table. Pierce looked at the gold, then at Tucker. He slowly folded his hand. "I'm listening." The second man was a tracker named Jimmy Creek Johnson, a half-Comanche man who could follow a shadow over bare rock. Tucker found him sleeping off a tequila binge behind a slaughterhouse. Jimmy didn't care about the money. He just wanted a war to fight. "Who are we fighting?" Jimmy asked, his voice still thick with sleep. "Ghosts," Tucker said. Jimmy grinned, a flash of white teeth in his dark face. "My favorite kind." Within a week, he had 4. Pierce, the shooter. Jimmy, the tracker. And 2 hard cases, named Cole and Brenner, who had ridden with rustlers and were wanted in 2 territories, which meant they weren't afraid of the law. They were men who valued money and violence over morality. They were perfect. He bought them new horses, new guns, and all the ammunition they could carry. He didn't tell them the whole story. He just told them it was a private contract to settle an old score. They didn't ask questions. The money was enough of an answer. On the 3rd morning of the 2nd week, they rode out of El Paso, heading south. They were 5 men, a small self-contained unit of vengeance. Tucker rode at their head. He was clean-shaven, his eyes clear and cold. He wore a new gun belt, the Colt riding heavy and familiar on his hip. He was no longer the man who had worn a star. He was something else now, something harder, honed to a single point. As the dusty sprawl of El Paso fell away behind them, he pulled the list from his saddlebag. The wind whipped at it, but he held it firm. He looked at the first name. Castillo, Luis. The man who had kicked Howard in the ribs. The man who lived on a small rancho 20 miles south of San Elizario. Tucker took a piece of charcoal from his pocket and drew a neat, dark circle around the name. Chapter 22. He smells it. The voice was a low rasp, almost part of the wind. Jimmy Creek Johnson didn't look at Tucker. He lay flat on the ridge, a blade of dry grass between his teeth, his eyes fixed on the shallow basin a half-mile below. The 4 other men lay beside him in the blistering sun, dust and sweat turning their faces into muddy masks. "Smells what?" Brenner asked. He was a man who sweated too much and complained just enough to be annoying. "All I smell is cow shit." "The branding fire," Jimmy said, still not looking at him. "And coffee. He's comfortable. Thinks he's alone." Dan Tucker raised the spyglass to his eye. The brass was hot enough to burn. He adjusted the focus, the shimmering heat haze resolving into a clear picture. A small herd of cattle, maybe 30 head, milled around a makeshift corral. A branding fire sent a thin ribbon of gray smoke into the hard blue sky. A single man moved among the cattle, a branding iron in his hand. He was wiry, with a thick black mustache. "Is that him?" Pierce asked. His voice was flat, without interest. He was cleaning his fingernails with the tip of a Bowie knife. Tucker collapsed the spyglass. "That's Castillo." He remembered the man's face from the mob. Remembered the cheap, satisfied grin he'd worn as he kicked Howard's ribs. 30 head of cattle and a pot of coffee, Cole sneered. He had a chew of tobacco tucked in his cheek, a brown stain at the corner of his mouth. "Don't seem like much of a reward for starting a war." "He's not the reward," Tucker said. He slid back from the ridge, his movements careful. "He's the message." He looked at his men. At Pierce, the cold-eyed killer. At Brenner and Cole, the blunt instruments. And at Jimmy, the hunter. It wasn't an army. It was a scalpel. Jimmy, you and I will circle around. Come up from the creek bed. Pierce, you stay here. If he breaks for open country, you end it. Cole, Brenner, you wait for our signal, then you ride in hard from the north. Don't give him time to think. What's the signal? Brenner asked. You'll know it when you hear it, Tucker said. He and Jimmy moved away, keeping low, their boots making no sound on the rocky ground. Jimmy moved like smoke, pouring himself over the terrain. Tucker followed, the Colt on his hip a heavy, comforting weight. This was cleaner than the jail. Simpler. There were no laws out here. There was only a target. They dropped into a dry arroyo, the sun immediately cut off by the high dirt walls. It was 10 degrees cooler in the shade. The air was still and smelled of baked earth. He's got a rifle, Jimmy said, his voice barely a whisper. An old Spencer, leaning against the corral fence. You saw that from the ridge. Jimmy tapped his temple. You don't need eyes to see a man's habits. They moved down the creek bed for another 10 minutes. Tucker could hear the lowing of the cattle now, the hiss and pop of the branding fire. He could smell the coffee. Jimmy was right. Castillo was comfortable. He was a man at work, not a man at war. He had no idea the war had followed him home. Jimmy held up a hand. He pointed to a place where the arroyo wall had crumbled. We go up here. It will put us 50 yards behind him. The sound of the cattle will cover us. They climbed the loose dirt wall, sending a few pebbles skittering down. Tucker froze. He listened. Nothing. Just the bawling of a calf and the soft sizzle of the fire. They eased over the top. Castillo had his back to them. He was dragging a calf to the fire, the small animal kicking and bleating in protest. The Spencer rifle was exactly where Jimmy said it would be, leaning against a post just out of reach. It was perfect. Tucker drew his Colt. The sound of the hammer clicking back was like a gunshot in the quiet. Castillo froze. He didn't drop the calf, but his whole body went rigid. He knew. He had heard the sound every man in Texas dreaded to hear behind him. He turned his head slowly, his eyes wide. He saw Tucker, then Jimmy, standing there like two ghosts risen from the dust. The signal. Luis Castillo, Tucker said. His voice was calm. It wasn't a question. Castillo let go of the calf, which scrambled away. He raised his hands slowly, his eyes darting toward his rifle. Don't, Tucker said. From the north, the thunder of hooves. Cole and Brenner, coming in hard, shouting and whooping like Comanche raiders. It was a brutal, overwhelming display of force. Needlessly cruel. Exactly what Tucker wanted. Castillo's face crumpled in on itself. The defiance he'd worn so proudly in the mob was gone, replaced by a raw animal fear. He was trapped. Cole and Brenner reined in their horses, kicking up a cloud of dust that choked the air. They had their pistols out, grinning. Looks like we got a rat in a cage, Cole said, spitting a stream of tobacco juice that landed inches from Castillo's boot. What do you want? Castillo asked, his voice a dry croak. He looked at Tucker. Who are you? You know who I am, Tucker said. You saw me in San Elizario. Recognition dawned in Castillo's eyes, followed by a new wave of fear. The sheriff. Not anymore, Tucker said. He walked forward, stopping a few feet from the man. I'm here about a business matter. A debt owed to the El Paso Salt Company. For a man named Howard. Castillo's face hardened. A flicker of the old defiance returned. Howard got what he deserved. We gave him more justice than he ever gave us. That's one way to look at it, Tucker said. He nodded to Brenner. The rope. Brenner uncoiled a lariat from his saddle horn. He shook out a loop, his movements practiced. Castillo looked at the rope, then at the single ancient cottonwood tree that grew by the corral, its branches thick and heavy. He finally understood. This wasn't an arrest. "You can't," he stammered, taking a step back. "This is murder." "No," Tucker said, his voice as cold and empty as a winter sky. "This is a reckoning." They didn't give him a chance to say another word. Cole and Brenner were off their horses, grabbing his arms, dragging him toward the tree. He fought, kicking and cursing, but it was useless. They were professionals. They threw the rope over a thick lower branch. Brenner held Castillo fast, while Cole tied the man's hands behind his back with a pigging string. They fit the noose around his neck, pulling it snug. Through it all, Tucker just watched. He felt nothing. Not satisfaction. Not pity. Just a vast, hollow emptiness. He was an instrument. A tool for a job that needed doing. They boosted Castillo onto the back of his own horse, a placid-looking bay. Cole took the reins. Pierce had ridden down from the ridge and was now watching from a distance, his big Sharps rifle resting on his saddle, a silent final arbiter if things went wrong. Tucker walked up to Castillo. The man was trembling, tears and snot running down his face, soaking into the rough rope around his neck. "Please," he whispered. "I have a family. A wife." Tucker reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a piece of paper and a pen. It was a note he had written that morning. 4 simple words. He unfolded it and held it up for Castillo to see. Justice for Howard. He pinned the note to the man's chest. Then he stepped back. He looked at Cole. He didn't say a word. He just nodded. Cole slapped the horse's rump. Hard. Chapter 23. He didn't come home for supper. Maria Castillo's voice was a thin, frayed thread in the twilight. She stood in the doorway of the Morales kitchen, her shawl pulled tight, her face a pale oval in the gloom. "The coffee was cold on the fire when I got there. The cattle were bawling, wanting water." Esperanza stopped kneading the dough for the morning's tortillas. She looked at her brothers. Miguel sat at the table, cleaning a pistol by the lantern light, his movements economical and precise. Carlos was sharpening a knife, the rhythmic shing-shing-shing of steel on stone grating on the nerves. They had been like this for weeks. Tense. Waiting. "Luis is a grown man, Maria," Miguel said without looking up. "He can find his way home in the dark." "Not this dark," Maria whispered. "There's a feeling. The dogs won't stop whining. The horses are spooked in the corral." She looked at Esperanza, her eyes wide and pleading. "Please. Come with me." Esperanza wiped her hands on her apron. She looked at Miguel. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head. Stay out of it. But she couldn't. Maria Castillo was her friend. Luis was their neighbor. "I'll saddle my horse," Esperanza said. The ride to the Castillo ranch was 5 miles of moon-drenched silence. The desert at night was a different world, a place of sharp shadows and unseen movements in the scrub. Maria rode hunched in her saddle, a small frightened bird. Esperanza rode with her rifle across her lap. They smelled it before they saw it. A coppery, sick-sweet smell on the night air that made the horses shy and snort. Then they heard the flies. A low, insistent hum, a living sound in the dead quiet. Maria reined in her horse. She made a small, choked sound. Esperanza rode ahead, toward the single, skeletal cottonwood tree by the corral. The branding fire was a heap of gray ash. The cattle were crowded against the far fence, their eyes rolling white in the moonlight. A shape hung from the lowest branch of the tree. It was limp and twisted at an unnatural angle, turning slowly in the slight breeze. It had been a man. Esperanza felt the bile rise in her throat. She slid from her horse, her legs unsteady. She forced herself to walk closer, her rifle held ready. The buzzing of the flies was a roar now. She could see his face, or what was left of it. The thick black mustache. The staring, empty eyes. Luis Castillo. A piece of white paper was pinned to his chest. It fluttered in the breeze, a stark, clean square against the dark, ruined shirt. Esperanza reached out a trembling hand and pulled it free. The pin came away with a small tear of fabric. She held the paper up to the moonlight. The words were written in a neat, blocky hand, smudged with what looked like charcoal. 4 words. Justice for Howard. The paper fell from her fingers. It wasn't the law that had done this. It wasn't bandits. It was him. The ex-sheriff. Tucker. The man Miguel had spat on. The man who had walked out of El Paso and disappeared into a whiskey bottle. He hadn't disappeared. He had been sharpening his own knives in the dark. This wasn't the end of the war. It was a new beginning. A quieter, colder, more vicious one. Her nightmare was just starting. She turned and went back to Maria, who was weeping silently on her horse. We have to go. Now. She didn't tell her about the note. She didn't have to explain what it meant. Maria knew. Everyone knew. This was the answer to the siege. The receipt for the lynching. They rode back to the Morales ranch, like the devil was on their heels. Miguel and Carlos were waiting in the yard, alerted by the sound of their frantic approach. One look at Esperanza's face told them everything. Who? Miguel asked, his voice flat. Luis, she said, her voice shaking as she dismounted. Hanging from his own tree. She held out the crumpled note. Miguel took it. He smoothed it out and read it by the light spilling from the doorway. He passed it to Carlos. Carlos read it and spat on the ground, a string of curses hissing from his lips. Tucker, Carlos said, the name sounding like a snake. That son of a bitch. He turned and strode toward the barn. I'll kill him. I'll hunt him down and kill him myself. No. Esperanza grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. You will not. That is what he wants. For you to come running blind with rage. He is not a lawman anymore. He is a hunter. And we are the prey. Miguel looked from the note to Esperanza's face. He saw the terror there, but underneath it, something else. A hard, cold clarity. She's right. Right. Carlos tore his arm away. We do nothing. We wait for him to come for us next. To hang us from our own roof beam? We do not do nothing, Miguel said. His voice was dangerously quiet. He folded the note and tucked it carefully into his shirt pocket. We stop waiting for him to come to us. We turn this around. The hunter becomes the hunted. How? Carlos demanded. He could be anywhere. He is picking names off a list, Miguel said, his eyes distant, calculating. He started with Castillo because Castillo was alone. Easy. Who is next on that list? Flores. Sandoval. Us. He will go for the men who were at the front. The men who were most vocal. He looked at Carlos. He will come for us, little brother. But he will not find us here, waiting to be slaughtered. We will find him first. I'm riding now, Carlos said, his hand already on his saddle. You will ride at dawn, Miguel commanded. You will ride to the Flores ranch. I will go to Socorro. We will gather the men. Not a mob this time. A hunting party. We will tell them what has happened. We will tell them Tucker is out there, a ghost with a rope, and that we are all on his list. Carlos hesitated, then nodded, the cold logic of his brother's plans sinking in. This was not a fight of passion. This was a fight for survival. Esperanza watched them, a cold dread settling in her heart. They were still thinking like men. Like leaders of a rebellion. They thought they could meet this threat with numbers, with more guns. They didn't understand. This wasn't a war over salt anymore. This was a private feud, and Tucker had made it personal. He wouldn't be caught by a posse. He would pick them off one by one from the shadows until only her brothers were left. After they went inside to get their gear, leaving her alone in the moonlit yard, she walked back into the silent house. The dough she had been kneading sat on the table, forgotten. The fire in the hearth was low, casting a faint red glow on the adobe walls. Her eyes fell on the mantelpiece above the hearth. Her father's old Colt peacemaker rested there in a carved wooden box. It hadn't been fired in 20 years. It was a relic, a memory of a time when her father had been a different kind of man. She reached up and took the box down. It was heavy, solid. She opened the lid. The pistol lay on a bed of faded red velvet. It was a big, heavy, ugly gun. A gun made for killing. She picked it up. The checkered walnut grip was smooth and cool in her hand. The weight of it felt wrong, a violation. But it also felt necessary. She walked to the table and sat down in the chair Miguel had just left. She found his gun cleaning kit. With methodical, deliberate movements, she began to clean her father's pistol, the scent of oil and old steel filling the quiet kitchen. She didn't know how to hunt. Chapter 24. The fear tasted like rust. It was in the water from the wells, in the dust on the wind. It settled over the small Tejano communities in a fine, invisible layer. Men who had stood together in defiance at the siege now rode with their eyes scanning the horizon, a rifle never far from their hand. They stopped visiting neighbors after dark. The sound of an unexpected horse in the night was enough to send a man reaching for his gun. Tucker's campaign was working. Terror was a more effective weapon than any law. 2 more men from the mob were found. One was a farmer named Sandoval, discovered by his son in a dry irrigation ditch, his throat cut so deep his head was nearly severed. The other was a young vaquero, barely 20, found slumped in his saddle, a single neat bullet hole in his back. Neither body had a note. They didn't need one. The message was clear. Dan Tucker sat by a low fire, watching Jimmy Creek Johnson sharpen a knife on a whetstone. The rhythmic scrape of steel on stone was the only sound in their small, hidden camp. They were 5 miles from the Flores Ranch, tucked into a box canyon that was almost impossible to find if you didn't know it was there. Pierce was on watch at the canyon mouth. Brenner and Cole were out, supposed to be scouting the ranch. They were 2 hours late. "They're spooked," Jimmy said, not looking up from his work. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the fire. It sizzled and died. "The whole damn territory. You can feel it." "Good," Tucker said. He took a sip of coffee from a tin cup. It was bitter and black. Fear makes men careless. "Or careful," Jimmy countered. He tested the knife's edge on his thumb, then nodded, satisfied. "These ain't town drunks, Dan. They're vaqueros. They grew up reading sign a city man couldn't see with a spyglass. You push them too hard, they'll stop running and start setting traps." "That's why we have you," Tucker said. Jimmy gave a dry chuckle. "I'm good. I ain't God." He slid the knife back into its sheath. "Brenner and Cole. They ain't good. They're loud. They think because they got you paying them, they're bulletproof." As if summoned by the words, the sound of a single distant gunshot echoed off the canyon walls. Tucker was on his feet in an instant, the coffee cup dropping to the dirt. He and Jimmy exchanged a look. It wasn't the heavy boom of Pierce's sharps. It was a pistol shot. They waited. The silence that followed was heavy, absolute. "One shot," Jimmy said, his voice low. "Ain't a firefight." "Maybe they got a rabbit," Tucker said, but he didn't believe it. They waited for another hour as the sun began to set. Pierce came in from his post, his face grim. Nothing. Not a sound since that shot. They're gone, Jimmy said. It was a statement of fact. Or they're dead. Tucker stared into the fire. He had chosen Brenner and Cole for their brutality, not their brains. He had used them to spread fear, to be the loud, ugly face of his vengeance. Now, their noise had gotten them into trouble. We'll look for them at first light, Tucker said. They'll be looking for us too, Jimmy warned. Whoever took down your boys is going to be reading our tracks right now. The hunter was becoming the hunted. Carlos Morales found the tracks 3 miles from his uncle's ranch. He knelt, tracing the lines in the dirt with his finger. 2 riders heading west. Their horses were shod. Anglo horses. Then 2 more sets of tracks unshod. Coming in from the south, moving fast. An intercept. He followed the tracks into a narrow rocky wash. The story was written there, in the dust for anyone who could read it. A scuffle. A single brass .45 cartridge case glinting in the sun. A dark, ugly stain in the sand that the flies were still interested in. And drag marks. 2 sets. Heading south. Carlos didn't follow the drag marks. He rode back to the ranch, his face a hard, grim mask. He found Miguel in the corral, talking with their Uncle Flores and 3 other men. They got 2 of them, Carlos said as he dismounted. Looks like an ambush. Took them alive. Miguel's eyes narrowed. Where? South of here. Dragging them toward the river. Flores, a man whose face was a road map of 60 hard years, spat on the ground. Good. Let the buzzards have them. No, Miguel said, his voice sharp. That's not the way. We take them. We find out where Tucker is. We find out how many men he has. And then, one of the other men asked. Then we end this, Miguel said. They rode out, a party of 6. They weren't a mob anymore. They were a posse with a purpose. They moved with the quiet efficiency of men who knew the land, who were now defending it not from a stranger's law, but from a madman's rope. They found Brenner and Cole an hour before sunset. They were tied to a mesquite tree, stripped to their waists, their backs a bloody ruin from a quart. 2 of Flores's nephews stood guard over them, their faces impassive. Brenner was blubbering, begging for water. Cole just glared, his face swollen and purple, spitting curses through broken teeth. Miguel dismounted and walked up to them. He looked at their bloody backs, then into Cole's one good eye. Where is he? Miguel asked. His voice was calm, conversational. Cole spat a wad of bloody saliva that landed on Miguel's boot. Go to hell. Miguel didn't flinch. He just nodded to one of the nephews. The man stepped forward and laid the cord across Cole's back again, the sound a wet, ugly slap that made Brenner scream. Tucker, Miguel said again, his voice just as calm as before. Where is he camped? Brenner, his spirit broken, started talking. He sobbed out the directions to the box canyon, the number of men, everything. Cole cursed him, called him a coward, until another lash of the quirt silenced him. When Brenner was finished, Miguel stood in silence for a long moment, looking at the 2 broken men. He had the information he needed. He had the location of the man who had murdered his neighbor and terrorized his people. Carlos stepped up beside him. What now? Do we leave them here? Miguel looked at Cole's hateful, defiant face and at Brenner's tear-streaked, terrified one. He thought of Luis Castillo, hanging from his own tree. He thought of the fear in Maria's eyes. He thought of the cold, calculated cruelty that Tucker had unleashed. He turned to his uncle. Send a rider to San Elizario. Tell what's left of the law that we have 2 horse thieves here. Tell them where to find them. Flores looked surprised. You're not going to? No, Miguel said. He looked back at the 2 men, his face hard, his voice filled with a cold, clear certainty. We are not him. We are not murderers. We will hunt this man. We will stop him. But we will do it our way, not his. He turned and walked back to his horse. We ride for the Box Canyon. Now. Chapter 25. I thought you'd be harder to find, Tucker. The voice came from the shadows at the back of the ruined church. It was quiet, steady, and held no fear. Dan Tucker froze, his hand halfway to the canteen he'd left on the fallen altar. He didn't turn. He could hear the click of a rifle hammer being cocked, a small, final sound in the dusty silence. He'd been tracked. After all his caution, after shaking Jimmy's trail and doubling back through the arroyos, he'd been tracked. Who's there? He asked, but he already knew. He'd heard that voice before, in the jail, quiet and defiant. The sister, Esperanza Morales said. Turn around. Slow. He did as he was told. He turned, his hands held away from his body open. She stood in the doorway, a silhouette against the moonlit desert outside. The long barrel of a Winchester was leveled at his chest. She held it like she knew how to use it, her small frame braced against the recoil that hadn't come yet. He studied her for a moment. He'd expected her brothers. He'd been waiting for them. A posse. An ambush in the rocks. Not this. Not a woman alone in a forgotten church. Your brothers send you to do their work? He asked. His voice was rough, dry from thirst and disuse. My brothers are out playing a man's game, she said, taking a step inside, the door swinging shut behind her, plunging the church into near darkness, save for the pale shafts of moonlight slanting through the holes in the roof. Hunting with a pack. They think that's how you catch a wolf. I thought I would try another way. And what way is that? To talk to the wolf himself, she said. Before I put him down. Tucker gave a short, dry laugh. You think you can? I have a rifle pointed at your heart, in a room with one door. The arithmetic is simple. She didn't move. The rifle didn't waver. Why, Tucker? Luis Castillo. He was a good man. He had a wife. 2 small children. He pulled a rope in a mob. Did that earn him a knife in the throat? He sank down onto the edge of the chancel steps, the stone cold and gritty beneath him. He was tired. The running, the killing, the whiskey, the lack of it, it had worn him down to the bone. Castillo was there. He put his hands on Howard. So did half the men in the county. Are you going to kill them all? Hang them from every tree between here and El Paso? Is that your justice? Justice. The word tasted like poison. There is no justice. I learned that in San Elizario. There's just the law. And when the law breaks, there's this. He gestured vaguely at the gun in her hand, at the dark, empty space between them. This is not justice. This is revenge. It's a sickness. Maybe it is, he admitted. He looked at his hands. They were scraped and dirty, but they were steady. But it's a sickness I caught from your people. They wanted street justice. I'm just giving it to them. You weren't a part of this town, she said, her voice softening just a fraction, becoming curious. You wore a badge, but you were always an outsider. Why did Howard's life matter so much to you? Tucker leaned his head back against the altar, staring up at the splintered rafters where a cross used to hang. It didn't. Not a bit. Howard was a maggot, feeding on other people's misery. The world is better off without him. Then why? The question was soft, a genuine plea for understanding in the dark. Because they made me watch, he said, his own voice dropping to a whisper. He wasn't looking at her anymore. He was seeing it again. The roar of the mob. Howard's screaming face. The rope. They spat on my badge. They killed my deputy. Billy was just a boy. He believed in the law. He believed it meant something. And they left him to die of thirst because of a man like Howard. They wanted me to stand there and sanction it, to nod and say it was necessary. He looked at her then, his eyes burning in the gloom. They made me a part of it. They put Howard's blood on my hands. You can't just walk away from that. Esperanza was quiet for a long time. The only sound was the wind whistling through a crack in the adobe wall. So you decided to put their blood on your hands instead. An eye for an eye, he said. And the whole world goes blind, she finished for him. She took another step closer, the rifle still steady. My brothers think this is about salt, about land. They think it is about honor. But it's not, is it? It's about shame. Yours. Theirs. It's a fire that eats everything it touches. And you are the one holding the torch. Someone had to. No, she said, her voice firm, cutting through his excuses. No one had to. You had a choice. You could have ridden away. You could have let the law handle it, however long it took. But you chose the rope. You chose the knife in the dark. You chose to become the thing you hated. He had no answer for that, because it was the truth. He had become a ghost, haunting the desert, haunted by his own failures. He'd thought vengeance would be a clean, sharp thing, a balancing of the scales. But it was just more blood, more death. It didn't fix anything. It just broke more things. The moon moved across the sky. The shafts of light shifted, crawling across the dusty floor. They talked. They didn't argue. They spoke in low tones, two people in a confessional where neither was the priest and both were sinners. She spoke of her father, of the history of the salt, of a way of life that had nothing to do with deeds and property lines. He spoke of the law, of the weight of the badge, of the cold, hard fact that civilization was just a set of rules, and when you let one mob break one rule, everything fell apart. He saw the lines of exhaustion around her eyes. She saw the deep soul weariness in his. He wasn't the monster she had imagined. He was just a man who had lost his way in the dark. And she wasn't just a target, the sister of his enemies. She was the only person in months who had spoken to him without fear or hatred. As the first pale hint of dawn touched the eastern sky, a gray promise of another hot, merciless day, she spoke again. My brothers are coming for you. They have your men. They know where you are. I figured as much, he said. They will kill you if they find you. I know. She looked at him, at the man who had murdered her neighbor, the man who wanted to kill her brothers, the man who had sat with her through the night and spoken the truth. The rifle felt impossibly heavy in her hands. She had come here to kill him, to end the fear. But she understood now that killing him wouldn't end it. It would only be her turn to pick up the torch. Go, she said. He looked at her, surprised. What? Get on your horse and ride. North. Don't come back. Let this be over. He stared at her, trying to read her face in the faint gray light. He saw no trickery there. Only a profound, weary sadness. He had come to this place, expecting to die. He was being offered something else. Not forgiveness. Not grace. Just a chance to walk away from his own grave. He stood up slowly, every joint protesting. He didn't reach for his gun. He just looked at her. Why? Because I am tired of burying people, she said. He held her gaze for a long second, then gave a single, sharp nod. He walked past her toward the door. He didn't look back. Esperanza stood alone in the center of the ruined church, the heavy rifle in her hands. She listened as the sound of his horse's hoofbeats faded into the distance. The sun was rising, flooding the desert with a clean, new light. She lowered the rifle, the weight of the decision settling upon her. She hadn't pulled the trigger. But she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that the war wasn't over. She had only changed the way it would be fought. Chapter 26. The horse knew it was running. Not from anything it could see or smell, but from the man on its back. Dan Tucker rode north with a loose rein, letting the big bay pick its own path through the gray pre-dawn scrub. The desert was waking up, the air still cool and clean. A man could ride a long way in this kind of air. He could ride until the sun was high, find some shade, and then ride again when the evening came. He could be in New Mexico territory in 3 days. He could find a town where no one knew his name, where the word sheriff was just a sound, not a judgment. The woman's voice was still in his head. Go. Let this be over. It was a pardon he hadn't asked for and didn't think he'd earned. He'd walked into that church, expecting a bullet. He'd walked out with a choice. The thought of it was a strange, unfamiliar weight. For months there had been no choice. There had only been the next name on the list, the next measure of blood to balance the scales. Now the path was clear. North. He could just disappear. He found Jimmy Johnson and Pierce an hour after sunrise, camped in the same box canyon. The fire was dead ash. Their gear was packed. They were waiting for him, but not in a way that suggested they were ready to ride out on another hunt. Jimmy was sitting on a rock, chewing on a piece of jerky, his rifle across his lap. Pierce was checking the cinch on his saddle, his movements fussy and nervous. Thought maybe a snake got you, Jimmy said as Tucker dismounted. His eyes were flat, giving nothing away. Or one of them Tejanos, Pierce added, not looking at him. Tucker ignored them. He went to the cold fire and picked up the coffee pot. It was empty. Where's Brenner and Cole? That's the question, ain't it? Jimmy tossed the half-chewed piece of jerky away. We went looking for them. Found their tracks. Found where the Morales kid picked them up. They're dead then, Tucker said. It wasn't a question. That's what you'd think, Jimmy said. He stood up, stretching his back. Funny thing, though. A rider came up from Socorro an hour ago. Seems 2 fellas fitting their description got dropped off on the doorstep of the Justice of the Peace down there. Beaten half to death and hog-tied but breathing. Jimmy spat. Seems Miguel Morales ain't playing your kind of game. Tucker felt a cold knot tighten in his gut. It wasn't relief. It was something else, something that felt like a slap in the face. Miguel had captured his men, beaten them for information, and then turned them over to the law. He hadn't lowered himself to Tucker's level. He had risen above it, and in doing so, had passed a silent judgment on Tucker that was louder than any gunshot. He sent a message, Tucker said, his voice a low rasp. He sent a goddamn army, Pierce blurted out, turning from his horse. His face was pale. The riders said they're everywhere. Flores, Castillo's people, men from Isleta. They ain't a mob no more, Tucker. They're a posse. Organized. And they got our boys talking. They know about this canyon. They know it's just the 3 of us. Jimmy walked over to his horse. It was already saddled. The money's spent, Dan. The game's over. We ain't vigilantes no more. We're just the ones they're looking for. There ain't enough powder in Texas to make these odds look good. So you're running, Tucker said. I'm leaving a bad business deal, Jimmy corrected him. You paid me to hunt. You didn't pay me to get cornered and skinned alive by 100 angry men. There's a difference. He swung into his saddle, his movements easy and final. I'd advise you do the same. Tucker looked from Jimmy's pragmatic, hard-bitten face to Pierce's terrified one. His posse. His instruments of justice. One was a businessman, cutting his losses. The other was a rat, leaving a sinking ship. They weren't deserting him. They were just reminding him of what he'd bought. Loyalty that only ran as deep as the payroll. "Good luck, Dan," Jimmy said. It wasn't sincere. It was just a way of ending the conversation. He turned his horse and rode out of the canyon mouth without looking back. Pierce scrambled to get on his own horse, fumbling with the reins. "He's right, Tucker. It's over. We're done." He didn't wait for a reply. He kicked his horse into a clumsy trot, following Jimmy, leaving Tucker alone with the dead fire and the empty coffee pot. He was alone. Truly alone. The last of his ghosts had left him. And the woman's words came back again, clear and sharp in the silence. "Ride north. Don't come back." He could do it. Right now. He could mount his horse and follow Jimmy. He could be a ghost of a different kind, a man with no name, no past. The thought was a cool drink of water in a parched throat. A moment of peace. But then he saw Miguel's face. Not the defiant man in the jail. Not the leader of the posse. He saw the man who had refused to kill. The man who had taken his brutal, simple war of vengeance and turned it into something else. Miguel had held up a mirror, and Tucker hated the reflection. Miguel had offered a different kind of justice, and in doing so, had claimed a moral high ground that left Tucker choking in the dust. He couldn't run north. Because north meant living with that. It meant living with the knowledge that in the end, Miguel Morales had been the better man. It meant Miguel won. The sickness, as the woman had called it, was too deep. It wasn't about Howard anymore. It wasn't about Billy, or the badge, or the law. It was about the spit on his cheek and the look in Miguel's eyes. It was about shame. And shame was a fire that had to be put out. He couldn't kill the shame. But he could kill the man who had put it there. Slowly, deliberately, he walked to his horse. He checked the rifle in its scabbard. He felt the weight of the Colt on his hip. He wasn't a lawman. He wasn't a vigilante. He was nothing but a man with one last debt to settle. One final name on the list. Not for justice. Just for an ending. His ending. He swung into the saddle. He didn't look north, toward the open territory and the chance to disappear. He turned the horse and rode south, back toward the salt. Back toward Miguel Morales. Chapter 27. You should have kept riding north. Miguel Morales didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. The words carried across the white, silent expanse of the salt flats, clear and sharp in the noon heat. He stood alone beside his wagon, a shovel driven into the crystalline crust at his feet. He had sent Carlos and the others away an hour ago. He'd known Tucker would come here. A circle has to close. Dan Tucker sat on his horse 100 yards away, a dark, solitary figure against the shimmering glare. He had ridden south all morning, the pardon the woman had given him turning to ash in his mouth. He had known Miguel would be here. This was their ground. The place where the first sin had been committed, where the first law had been broken, where the first spit had been thrown. "North was your idea," Tucker called back. He swung down from his horse, the movement stiff, the protest of a man worn down to his last nerve. He didn't tie the horse. He let the reins drop. The animal stood, head lowered, already half asleep in the oppressive heat. "It was my sister's," Miguel said. "She has a softer heart than I do. She has a smarter head than both of us." Tucker started walking. His boots crunched on the salt, the only sound in the vast empty world. The sun was a white fire in the sky, reflecting off the ground with a blinding intensity. The air shimmered, making the world waver and dance. It felt like walking through a dream. Or a nightmare. Miguel didn't move. He stood by his wagon, his hands loose at his sides. He wore a simple white shirt and dark trousers, his gun belt strapped around his waist. He looked like what he was, a farmer who had been pushed into being a soldier. Tucker stopped when 20 yards separated them, close enough to see the lines of exhaustion around Miguel's eyes, close enough to see the calm resolve in them. The ghosts were there, standing in the shimmering heat between them. He saw Billy Morrison's pale, dying face. He saw Howard screaming as the rope tightened. He saw Luis Castillo hanging from his own tree. He saw the lawman he used to be, a man who believed in a simple, clean set of rules. "I left your men for the law," Miguel said. It wasn't a boast. It was a final piece of evidence being presented. "I heard," Tucker said. "You wanted to show me you were better." "I wanted to show myself," Miguel corrected him. "I wanted to prove we weren't you." "And did you?" Miguel glanced down at the Colt on his hip. "I am standing here waiting to kill a man. The answer is not as clear as I would like." Tucker felt a dry, rasping sound in his own throat that might have been a laugh. "Nothing is." They stood in silence. The wind, when it came, was hot, offering no relief. It whispered across the salt, a lonely, ancient sound. This was it. The end of the line. All the politics, the money, the talk of rights and justice had burned away, leaving only this. Two men on a white patch of hell, with nothing left but the shame and the anger that had brought them here. It wasn't about Howard. It wasn't about the salt. It was about the spit. It was about a line that had been crossed that could never be uncrossed. "This is for Billy," Tucker said, his voice low. He was saying it to himself, a final justification. "This is for Castillo," Miguel replied, his own voice just as quiet. "And Sandoval. And for my father, who you put in chains." There was nothing else to say. The reasons had been stated. The sides had been chosen long ago. Their hands moved at the same time. It wasn't like the shootouts in the dime novels. There was no long, tense stare-down. There was no fancy twirl of the gun. There was only a sudden, violent explosion of movement. Tucker's draw was the practiced motion of a lawman, economical and fast. His Colt cleared the leather, leveled, and fired in a single fluid act. Miguel's was the draw of a man who had been forced to learn, a fraction slower but just as deadly. His own pistol bucked in his hand, the report of the two guns so close together they sounded like one single, ripping tear in the fabric of the world. Tucker felt the bullet hit him like a sledgehammer in the chest. It threw him back a step, the air driven from his lungs in a single ragged gasp. The white ground tilted, the blue sky spinning. He got off another shot, wild, the bullet kicking up a spray of salt crystals 10 feet to Miguel's left. Then his legs gave out, and he fell. Miguel stood his ground for a second, a look of surprise on his face. He felt a white-hot fire burn across his side. He looked down and saw the dark red stain spreading on his white shirt. He tried to raise his gun again, to finish it, but his arm felt heavy, disconnected. His vision blurred at the edges, the white glare of the salt flats turning into a swimming, hazy gray. He took one step, then another, before his knees folded and he pitched forward onto the ground. The silence rushed back in, absolute and profound. The two men lay on the white salt, 50 feet apart. Red blood bloomed on the white crystal, stark and vivid. Tucker was on his back, staring up at the endless, indifferent sky. Miguel was face down, his cheek pressed against the sharp, bitter salt his grandfather had once harvested. The wind blew, kicking up a small dust devil that danced between them. Their horses, startled by the gunshots, had trotted a short distance away and now stood with their heads down, waiting. The ghosts were gone. There was only the sun, the salt, and the two men bleeding their lives away onto the land that had started it all. Tucker's fingers twitched, his hand lying inches from his fallen Colt. He tried to close his grip on it, a final, useless act of defiance. The fingers wouldn't obey. Chapter 28. The sound of the two gunshots had been thin and flat, eaten by the vast, empty landscape. But Esperanza had heard them. She'd been riding toward the flats, a canteen of water tied to her saddle, and a cold knot of dread in her stomach. The sound was a confirmation of what she already knew. She hadn't offered Tucker a pardon. She had only offered him a different road to the same destination. She kicked her horse into a gallop, the animal's hooves thudding a frantic rhythm on the hard-packed earth. The heat rose in waves, the glare from the salt a physical blow that made her eyes water. She saw their horses first. Two riderless animals standing 100 yards from the Morales wagon, their heads hung low against the sun. Then she saw the wagon itself, a familiar, lonely shape in the shimmering white. And then she saw them. Two dark shapes on the ground, stark and wrong against the purity of the salt. She reined in her horse, her heart a wild bird beating against her ribs. She slid from the saddle, her rifle in her hand, and walked forward into the terrible silence. The only sound was the crunch of her own boots on the salt, and the low, mournful whisper of the wind. Flies were beginning to gather, a low, buzzing hum that would only get louder. She went to her brother first. Miguel lay face down, one arm flung out as if reaching for something. The back of his white shirt was a ruin of dark, wet red. His cheek was pressed against the salt. She knelt beside him, her hand trembling as she reached for his shoulder. Miguel. He groaned, a low guttural sound. He was alive. A wave of impossible, desperate hope washed over her. She gently rolled him onto his side. His face was pale, beaded with a sweat that was already drying into a crust of salt and dust. His eyes fluttered open. They were cloudy with pain, struggling to focus on her face. A faint, bloody froth touched his lips. "Speranza," he breathed. The word was a puff of air. "I'm here," she said, her voice choking. She took his hand. It was cold, despite the brutal heat. "Don't talk. Save your strength. I'll get the wagon." He gave a slight shake of his head. A slow, final gesture. No time. His eyes drifted past her, toward the other fallen figure 50 feet away. "Tucker." "He's down," she said. She didn't know if he was alive or dead. She didn't care. Miguel's gaze came back to her. A flicker of the old, steady light returned to his eyes. "Papa, tell him." He coughed, a wet, ragged sound that shook his whole body. Red stained his lips. "Tell him I was a son he could be proud of." "He knows," she whispered, tears finally breaking free, tracing clean paths through the dust on her cheeks. "He has always known." "Good." He seemed to relax, a small measure of peace settling on his pain-racked features. His grip on her hand tightened for a moment. His eyes moved again, not seeing the sky, not seeing her, but looking inward. "The priest, he says God forgives a man who asks." He took a shallow, rattling breath. His eyes fixed on the body of Dan Tucker, lying still and broken on the white ground. "Forgive him," Miguel whispered. The words were so quiet, she almost didn't hear them. They weren't for her. They weren't for Tucker. They were for him. A final casting off of a weight too heavy to carry into the next world. The hate. The shame. The anger. He was letting it all go, leaving it here on the salt. His eyes lost their focus. The light went out of them. His hand went limp in hers. His last breath sighed out and was carried away by the hot desert wind. Esperanza knelt there for a long time, holding her brother's hand, the silence of the salt flats pressing in on her. The flies hummed their greedy song. The sun beat down. She wept without making a sound, her body shaking with a grief so profound it felt like it would tear her apart. Finally, she gently laid his hand on his chest. She couldn't leave him here. Not like this. She stood up, her legs stiff, her movements wooden. She looked over at Dan Tucker. He lay on his back, his arms thrown wide. His chest was a single, massive wound. His pistol lay inches from his outstretched hand. His eyes were open, staring sightlessly up at the vast, empty, merciless sky. There was no peace in his face. There was no resolution. There was only a kind of blank surprise, as if he couldn't quite believe this was how it had ended. He had died silent. He had died alone, with no one to hear his confession or grant him forgiveness. She walked over to him. She stood looking down at his face, at the man who had brought this ruin upon them all. She felt nothing. Not hatred. Not pity. Just a vast, hollow emptiness. He was just a man. A broken man who had tried to mend himself by breaking others. She knelt and reached out, her fingers hesitating for a moment. Then she gently closed his eyes, shutting out the relentless sky. It was a small thing. A final act of mercy for a man who had shown none. She stood and looked at the scene. Her brother. Her enemy. Both dead. Both claimed by the same patch of ground. Red blood on white crystal. The war was over. This was what victory looked like. She walked to Tucker's horse. The animal stood passively, its reins trailing on the ground. She took the canteen from his saddle. Her own was nearly empty. Then she unpinned the tin star from the leather vest that was still strapped to his saddle horn. It felt heavy in her palm, a piece of cheap metal that had cost so much. She put it in her pocket. Then she went to her brother. She couldn't lift him into the wagon alone. But she couldn't leave him for the buzzards. She took the canvas tarp from the back of the Morales wagon and gently, reverently covered his body. She stood for a final moment between the two shrouded forms. The sun was beginning to descend, painting the western sky in shades of orange and blood. She had a long ride back to the ranch. She had news to deliver. She had a grave to dig. The war was over, but the work of the living had just begun. She turned, walked to her horse, and mounted. She didn't look back. Love audiobooks? Get over 100 Wild Western audiobook on YouTube. Subscribe for full listens, no fluff. Wild Western Roundup. Want even more action-packed adventures in the Wild West? Join the posse. Download your free copy of Wrangler today. Or keep reading the Rip Campbell Wild Western series in Amazon. The end.